Am I back? Yeah, I think I'm back. Took a while. All good. Okay, so I pretty much uninstalled all extensions, changed my password, changed the stream key. Haven't changed my email password yet. I'll do that tonight because my email is like, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to change email passwords, but I think email for now should be fine. Probably, possibly. Yeah, it should be fine. Um, Anything else should be okay. It looks like the bot has calmed down now. That is actually kind of scary, to be honest. Like, the thing is posting using my account. It's not only just my name, because if it's just my name, I could just easily time them out or some shit. But no, it's my account, so that's kind of scary. I didn't think that it could be that grave of a situation. But all is well, I think, currently. At least for now, I don't see any bad things happening currently, I think. Yeah, everything looks as fine as it can be. Although I think the streamer bot thing might not be working. Yes, because I changed everything. I forgot about that. Alright, give me a second. Okay, platforms, Twitch, accounts, log out, and I'm gonna log in again. Unable to refresh your Twitch broadcaster authorization token. Maybe I need to reopen StreamerBot. I forgot about this one. Alright, give me a second. The stream is kind of scuffed, this one. It's scuffed and I'm trying to protect the stream. Okay, that's StreamerBot. Now let me just go platforms, account, login. There we go. Well, I hope it's not StreamerBot that's doing the thing. I hope. If it is, I'll just log out. E.G. Okay, StreamerBot is back. Yeah, StreamerBot is back. Good. Okay, there we go. StreamerBot is back. So all these, I'm pretty sure everything is like sort of done, though? Question mark. So if it happens again, I don't know what to do. I'll probably change password again. But I don't know. I have 2FA. They can just log into my account even with 2FA on. It is kind of concerning. But then again, like Fancinia said, that no, Twitch might have skimmed or something with 2FA things. But for now, everything is looking hunky-dory and fine. Let me test this one real quick. There it is, it's back. Okay. All good, no worries. Man, not gonna lie, that scared me a little bit. But then again, it's the internet we're talking about. I should not panic too much when it comes to something like this. Although, like I mentioned, I don't know why people do this, to be honest. It may also be from Discord if you have your channel connected to your account. Hopefully not. I think I have my account connected to... Yeah, my account... is connected to Discord. Is it my account? Shit, I actually don't remember. I think I might have at some point logged out of Twitch from Discord, but I can't be sure. But hopefully not. Hopefully not from Discord. Although I've heard that Discord is not the best in terms of security as well. You know, all the scam message and shit, and all the hijacked account and shit from Discord. Yeah. Am I trying to confront Lord Gortash right now? Where's the Starion?
This way.
Astar is too weak. I think I might be confronting Lord Gortash here.
How many die today? How many die tomorrow?
What? Thanks for the pet.
What a day.
What to do?
I don't know if I'm ready to fight them, to be honest. Pets for encouragement. I'm heading to bed. Ooh, thank you. Also, hope you have good sleep, Fancinia. Talk to Raphael to reconsider his deal. I'm trying to find the hammer. How do I even get to... I'm pretty sure this is not the final fight, right? Find a way into Worm's Rock Fortress. Oh, there it is. Wait, Gortash is about to become Archduke. So we're trying to intervene? I guess. I don't know if I'm ready, to be honest.
Don't burn yourself.
Trust no one.
There's no time to waste.
Let's get going.
Okay, everyone has Elixir of Viciousness. Everyone is aided.
Let's march.
So there's this gentle ward.
Let's move.
Still with my Slayer, Survival Instinct and everything. One Guiding Bolt. Yeah. Should be good. I think I'm ready. Yeah, should be fine. I mean, never try, never know, right? Never try, never know. Damage. No bludgeoning resistance, but no lower slashing
Shy?
resistance. I think we should be doing slash damage. Moonbeam. Damage any creature that enters the beam or starts its turn in the light. You can use an action to move the beam 18 meters. Use an action to do that. Moon mode. Make movement difficult for enemies and bolster your allies' damage. It's a very supportive weapon. This could be good for... This could be good for Shadowheart, actually. What's your Lathander light? Level 6 Sunbeam. Once per long rest, when your hit points are reduced to 0, you gain 2 to 12 hit points. Allies within 9 meters also regain 1 to 6 hit points. So I can take 1. Actually, the Blood of Lathander is great. It's not concentration, right? No, it is concentration. They are both concentration. And I think for Karlach cannot use concentration because Karlach is gonna rage. I'm not gonna use Sunbeam, so I'll just use this one. Right, this should be good.
Shouldn't have wished to live in more interesting times.
One last save before we go in. This is like the final big fight. Which I'm pretty sure it's not final.
Don't give me trouble now.
Enough. Nice. Okay, there we go. Oh, someone's inside already. They're probably gonna kill me if they see me, right? There's no need to hide, fuck that. Let's explore around a little bit. Oh god. The game's running like dog shit. Oh help. I already have everything at the lowest possible. I tried. Are they just gonna be there now? Nope. They're walking my way, I think. Shadowheart's gonna be found. Oh, this is asleep. Is it a door? I think it's fine to fight them, I think. You know what? No more hiding. Let's fight them. Alright, hello.
An army approaches.
What?
This is a restricted area. Time to explain yourself, or this guard will be restricting you to a cell.
Restricting you to a cell? Try to convince them they belong here. Try to buy a way in. Oh my god! There's something to smooth things over. 2,000 gold! I'm not giving them gold. I don't want to talk to them about it. Time to die. Hi, how are you doing? Aw. Bonk.
Another fight. Let's go. Hope this ends well.
Ooh. I wonder how many enemies are in there.
Free for the taking.
Oh, I've already been seen. Let's go.
Dukes, patriarchs. An army approaches. An army of evil.
Oh, it's Raven God.
Conquering force. We must not stand idle as it burns the city to ash.
Okay, 2, 3, 4 steel watches. I'm gonna fight 4 steel watches.
Baldur's Gate deserves a true leader.
Okay, so 4 steel watcher and 1 Lord Gortash, I assume. I think Duke Ravengard might help us. Probably. Yeah, Duke. We're trying to save Duke Ravengard, right? I think I'm gonna barge in. Those are some big boys. Yeah, the steel watchers are big. Look at that. They're big. They're some big boys. Mm.
Let us be resolved.
Yeah, I'm barging in. Why not? Hi, how are you doing?
Stand down, villain. In the name of the Steel Watch, aggressive action will not be tolerated in the presence of the patriarchs of this proud city.
I'm not taking orders from a piece of metal. If I'll keep things peaceful, they'll just kill me, right? She's a big woman. Oh yeah, Oh. I mean, they are constructs, I believe. Yeah, they are just constructs, but big woman. Prepare for battle. And make it double. To protect the world from devastation. to unite both evil and I forgot the motto. I'm sorry. I'm not a true fan. And we without nation. I'm just gonna prepare for battle. Okay, I'll try to keep things peaceful. If you fight me, I'll fight you back.
The Steel Watch appreciate your cooperation, citizen.
Dearest patriarchs, but a moment.
Oh, okay.
I must greet a most honored guest. Crawling back from their bloody disgrace, it's my favorite assassin. Gods, you're a sight for sore eyes. Orin told me she made a fool of you, but I should have known you wouldn't go down that easy.
I like your tone, but humor me. I have amnesia. I like your tone, but humor me. I have amnesia. Yeah, tell me about it.
Then she didn't die. The past is lost to you. Let me clear up some mysteries then. We share so much history. You and I initiated this plot. We discussed in depth the failures of our predecessors and how to avoid them. We understood that if we were to unite, no one could stand in the way of the Dead Three. So, unite we did. First, we obtained the crown. Then we enslaved the brain. From there, it was but a small step to the most successful religious hoax ever perpetrated.
A hoax? Ask the Emperor, is he telling the truth? He needs to pay his rental fee or return the outfit by Monday. That outfit looks so good. I want that. Does Emperor even know me? Like, my past? I don't know if Emperor actually knows my past. What's my role in this plan?
In Baal's name, you set your bloody daggers to cause panic in the streets, killing in the Absolute's name. You would have carried out that part of the plan had Orin not ruined your hard work. Next, the threat of the Absolute's monstrous armies formed by Merkel's general, Ketheric Thorn. In such circumstances, people crave strong leaders. Leaders that bring law, order, and protection. Leaders like me, Bane's unyielding hand, author of justice. You are soon to witness the people of Baldur's Gate granting me complete power over them, all out of fear of the Absolute. The faithful will do anything in the name of their god.
My god.
It was all going so well, until you vanished. Orin informed us that henceforth she would speak for the Temple of Baal, and act on their behalf. But she made a mess of things. Unlike you, she cannot control herself.
So you know me as a Dark
What the
Urge?
fuck is going on here?
Sorry, Carla. I didn't know Dark Urge is one of the Dead Three. How do I know? You misread me. I've come to end this evil plot. You're mistaken if you think I control myself. I'm back now, and the reckoning awaits. How dare Orin take my place? I'll make her pay. I don't remember a thing, but the plan sounds brilliant. I've come here to end the plot for Karlach. And Karlach is so pissed that what the fuck's going on here? Look, Karlach, I may be Baal's spawn, you know, the god of death spawn. Just hey, I'm here not to do the Absolute's work. I'm here to do my own work for my own happiness. I'll kill Gortash. This plot twist is absolutely brilliant. I didn't know. I played the Dark Urge. I thought Dark Urge is just like someone who has absolute no control over the murder urge, like the impulse of wanting to murder. But no, actually I'm the boss spawn. It's insane. I didn't know. You keep what? No, Fluff Dirk is cute. I want to end this evil plot. Yeah, I've come to end this evil plot. I don't care if I'm boss spawn. I'm boss spawn, but that doesn't mean that I'm in this plot. All right, I'm my own plot. How about that? All right. Sorry, I've come to end this evil plot.
Have you gone soft? I find that hard to believe. One's true nature always rises to the top. When Ketheric fell, I feared the worst. That our plans would fail like so many before because of discord among ourselves. Now you've returned. We can achieve all of our dreams still. You brought Thorm's Netherstone. You know, it takes all three to control the brain. Without Thorm's, it's become vexingly willful. The quakes are a clear warning. If nobody steps in soon, it'll free itself from the authority of the crown. I expect it'll start with turning the Sword Coasts infected. You among them. That prism of yours won't last indefinitely.
So you know
Next,
everything about me.
Grand design. The Mind Flayer Empire reborn. If we're lucky, we'll become slaves. If we're unlucky, well, a bleak prospect. But it's a fate that can be avoided if you and I renew our old partnership. Together, we can still restore authority over the brain.
Why would he want the brain? Why would you want to control the brain in the first place, you dumb fuck? If you know what the brain is capable of, you best leave it alone, stupid. Why are you doing this? I want to avenge myself. I want to strike at Orin. I'm a changed person. I'm not siding with you ever again. You're a dead man. I can't even take over the city. Why is the crown failing? That is so obvious. Don't ask that. I'm more like stinky. Well, then you would be a you are stinky fluffdirk. Stinky fluffdirk. What kind of sheep do you have in mind? I want to avenge myself. I want to strike. Can I strike at Orin and then strike at you afterwards? I want to strike at Orin.
Ousting Orin and helping you reclaim your birthright would be my greatest honor.
And I'll kill you afterwards.
With Ketheric felled, Orin proves treacherous. She craves the Netherstones for her own, desperate to impress Baal. She only cares for blood, and your blood and mine are of particular interest to her.
Perhaps she can be allies. I'm gonna do a 180. Perhaps she and I can be allies. Because I want to kill. You know what? I'll ally with Orin and I'll backstab him like a ball spawn that I am. Role playing, not real. Don't. Oh, wait. It's because I changed my password and everything, so everything doesn't work anymore. Dipping Sauce, thank you for the follow. I still see it in my activity feed, but nothing's popping out. Because just now my channel was attacked. Evie, stinky. Wow. Hi, Evie. Oh my god. Yeah, no alert boxes like popping out. I forgot to fix it. It's okay. I'll try to get it back. I'll try to get everything back online. I'm pretty sure along with the sound alerts and everything is like sound alert. I'm pretty sure it doesn't work anymore. Yeah, so sound alert doesn't work, but streamer bot works.
Yep.
Yep. Alright, perhaps you can be allies.
You've met her assassins. Efficient killers, by all accounts. I know you survived previous encounters, but she won't relent. Orin changes shape faster than you and I change clothes. You know, she's tricked you before.
Mm-hmm.
She's targeted me as well. I'm well protected, but she's extremely good at what she does. If Orin obtains all 3 netherstones, she'll plunge the coast into chaos and paint the city in blood. I can't let that happen. I want to lead this city to glory, not scorch its earth.
I don't trust you.
So I turn to the Scion of Baal. You are his dear sovereign. He created you to rule.
You show proper respect. Good. Thanks for the pets, Evie. Also, I hope you're doing good. Yeah, streamer bot stuff still works. Good to know. You show proper respect. Good.
Let's make our pact anew. A divine oath.
Hey, hello. Remember to open up the subtitle, huh? Thank you.
Nor you to me. Furthermore, you'll have nothing to fear from my steel watch while our pact stands. Thorm's stone is yours to keep. When you slay Orin and take her stone, you bring it here. So the 3 are united once again. Together we rule Faerun as kings. No.
Sim.
We rule as the absolute.
The urge, the deplorably brutal urge sickens within you. When you level the world over, that dead world must be yours alone.
Yeah, I was thinking about that.
First you will rule, then you will ruin.
I will ruin.
What do you say? Shall we be allies?
Carla is so gonna disapprove
I
of
can
me.
detect no deceit. This alliance could serve us well. And if it does not, well, we need not honor it.
Let's be allies, said the viper to the frog.
Where is my bond, Gortash? We shall be allies and Orin shall be dead. Orin betrayed me, you did nothing to help me then. What has changed? I seem to trust you once and it ruined me. I'm not about to repeat that mistake. I'll think about it, no promises. You seek to rule the city, I seek to battle its people. We shall not be allies, Enver Gortash. Insight. Examine Gortash's body language and expressions. Can you trust him? Probe Gortash mind. Can I even do that? I seem to have trusted you once and it ruined me. See? Okay, I'll take all 3 nether stones then. How about that? I'll take all 3 nether stones and then we go kill the elder brain. And then we will not become Squidman and I'll be Ball Spawn and see what the character does afterwards. This is an evil playthrough. Accidental evil playthrough, okay? I didn't know it's gonna be this big. I didn't know Darkridge is gonna play a big role in the plot. Alright, I'm not about to repeat that mistake. You are dead to me, Gortash.
I am not Orin. I know the value of alliance. Bane teaches his followers to reward those who support his chosen, not to betray them. You and I always knew we could only stand against the world united. Orin's blind ambition failed us. She compromised you just when success seemed certain. Ketherick, his obsession with his daughter made him lose all hold on reason. They floundered, even as they tried to rise above us. We will not, cannot, make that mistake if we come together in trust.
Orin betrayed me, you did nothing to help me then. What has changed? Yeah, what about that?
We would not meddle in each other's affairs. This was our agreement. She came to us as Baal's chosen. We are but servants to our lords. Your presence here means your lord sees a purpose for you yet. I tolerated Orin, but I liked you.
I don't like you though. I don't even know if we can win against this fight, to be honest. But let's try our best. I love how Bard is that I ally with Gortash. Monk is that I ally with no one. You seek to rule the city, I seek to battle its people. We shall not be allies, Edward Gortash. Yeah.
What a shame to refuse the power of a god. Perhaps a demonstration of why you need my help will motivate you to make the right decision.
Yeah.
Your camp is compromised. One among you is an imposter, a faceless.
What?
Who, I can't say. I'd suggest a thorough investigation. You'll find I speak the truth.
A shapeshifter? It could be anyone. I mean, it's not me, but it could be anyone else.
Let this be a warning. Orin will be your downfall, or you will be hers. We make an alliance, and you will be the victor. I will give you time to reconsider.
Tread carefully. Remember, you must do what it takes to survive, even if it means striking a deal with the enemy.
Wait, all these issues refusing. The brain, the crown, it will all be mine and I won't share. You're on your own, Gortash. You're a dead man. I can't let you take over the city. It's all... I cannot take a deal now. I have reached the point of no return. This one might not trigger a fight. This one will definitely trigger a fight. This one will definitely trigger the fight. Be right back. Okay. Take your time, Brian. Why do you suddenly, although why do you suddenly mention that there's a shapeshifter among well, Omogus, you know? Omogus. You're on your own, Gortash.
Oh, but I most certainly am not. Now, come. Be witness as I make history as the first Archduke of Baldur's Gate.
They all approve though when I say that. When I say you're on your own, Gortash, and then they all approved. I think Ravenguard will help us. I'm taking you out. I'm taking Gortash out. Everything is mine, okay? It just you know, I was thinking that my second playthrough would be the evil one, but apparently not. My first playthrough will be the evil one, it seems. Sure? You did to me, I kill you. Sorry, Gortash. You did know. I pressed it, game.
You're bluffing, right? Because those contraptions can turn us into paste.
Sage advice. My steel watchers take unkindly to threats, no matter how hollow. You're of little use to me, dead. But dead is exactly what you will be if you arouse the ire of my steel watch.
I hear ice cream truck. Can I not fight them? Fine, let's get this over with.
You will follow me, and you will show due respect. Distinguished dukes, patriarchs, dearest Ravengard, I will heed your call. A new chapter begins.
Enver Gortash, swearest thou by Balduran's blade to defend the citizens of Baldur's Gate from enemies within and without?
I swear.
Shit.
swearest thou true faith and fealty to the same, by word, deed, and decree, so that none may suffer?
I swear.
Gathered guests, grant ye consent?
Prepare to object. God, why are we? I've come to hang up. I wish to avoid spoilers, so I would do good lurk. Oh, okay. Thank you for the lurk, Daz. And also, yeah, avoid spoilers. Avoid spoilers. I'm very far in. Appreciate you. So I just want to do this real quick. A fellow Bobo then. Look at the fellow Bobo. Huggies and smoochies, the fellow Kobo bean. Oh my god. I will huggies and smoochies the fellow Kobo as well. Thank you, Daz.
Yep.
Fine. I'll not. I don't. Okay. I might be able to backstab them. I'm gonna backstab them afterwards. Okay. I will, because I'm. Look, I am canonically balls spawn. Okay. Not.
Enver Gortash, the council appoints you Archduke of Baldur's Gate.
Well, we're all dead.
My friends, the Steel Watch stands ready. Let its blade fall on any who would diminish our city. And you, honored guest, will find me in my office above when you return. Do not come empty-handed.
Huh. Just you wait. You would die in your own
Dearest
office.
I'd busy myself finding Orin if I were you. I'll still be here for any unfinished business once you've secured your camp.
That's it? That's all you have to say to me?
Were you hoping for something else? A word of wisdom? A hug?
Thanks to you, I don't hope for things anymore. I just take whatever it is I want. See you soon, motherfucker.
You certainly will.
I love Karlach. Unhinged. See you soon, motherfucker.
So there you have it. Lord Enver Gortash in all his glory. What did you make of him?
Piece of shit. Can't wait to flan him.
Not if I get to him first.
No, Karlach is
How can all
mine.
these people cheer for him like that? Can't they see what a chance he is?
When people are scared, they'll do whatever it takes to feel safe. People are mostly fools. You know what? I agree with the second point. When people are scared, they'll do whatever it takes to feel safe. They are citizens. They are not, you know, not everyone has the protagonist power, you know. You look at their perspective, they have nothing. They're trying to live their life, and suddenly they're gonna become Squid Man because of, well, Lord Enver Gortash. What do they take? They obey because they're scared, right? That is what I would do too, because I don't fight. I will die. I'd rather take my chances to not die, right? I'm not the brave one. I'm just Lil Bobo. Okay, I'll choose the second one.
And they expect these big metal monsters to tuck them in at night while the Absolute knocks on the gates. If only they knew the truth. The Dead Three orchestrated all of this. And it's working.
Sorry, one of them is
Wish this
me.
city, the people running it, were smarter than me. Gortash isn't their salvation. He's the monster at the gate.
True. I'm sorry, I'm one of the Dead Tree as well. Just saying, Karlach, but I do not condone this action. You know, I'm here to stop everything and take everything that's mine. You didn't hear the second half. That's all good. Oh, it's the stinky. It is the stinky. Lord Randolph Van Mus. Why do I feel I know you?
Archduke Gortash. Now there's a man who knows good business.
I already want to kill you. Anyway. Return to Mazora. Down there. Yes, I'm back. All the pets. Oh my god. Well, that could have went better. Oh god.
If it isn't little Will's chums. I hope he hasn't been too much trouble. Poor thing. He's had a tough go. And you don't know the half of it.
You see, Gortash has had Will's father relocated.
Wasn't that Ravengard? That was fast. I thought Gortash would have more use for the Dukes than Worm's Rock.
I'm just an impartial observer. This is Gortash's game. A murderous one, the way I hear it. Ravengard's good as dead. And to think there's no way to save him. Or is there?
Oh fuck. There it is again. You know something, don't you?
I know enough. Let's talk to Will in your camp. Work something out.
The Duke's life depends on it.
Fuck, I hate this fucking devil. Ugh. Why do I keep hearing the ice cream truck?
Have you seen the tieflings at the Southgate? Elturel's exiles, cast out by their own city. Your precious hero liberated
Is the Dragonborn? Lady Oberon's bodyguard?
I need a quick word.
Did you hear, kin? The Absolute is on the march, but don't you worry. Milady assures me the Steel Watch will hold the line. There'll be nary a scratch on our scales.
I love you. I love you. I love you. I love you. Sorry, did I say something? That was nothing. Don't worry about it. Cook Dali.
Bruff's babbling, no time to talk.
Okay, cook away. Sorry.
What? Every Duke's just the same as the last, sticking up for each other as the sky falls around us.
Gods, it must be exhausting.
There needs to be more Dragonborn. Oh. Wait, that's the alert box still working. Hi, Lunalai. Hello. Welcome. Oh my god. A moon wiggle? I've been wiggled at. Hi, why are you playing? Oh, did the bot die? I think my bot died as well. Sorry, just now my account got attacked by a hacker. Playing Palia tonight? Ooh, what's that? What's Palia? Yeah, hackers suck. Just be careful. It seems like a common occurrence these days on Twitch. Yesterday someone told me about it and I forgot to change my password. And it happened this morning. So just a heads up, be careful. Because they speak as your own account. So just now it happened on stream, so I was like kinda lucky about it that I can just take action immediately. So yeah, just a heads up. Palia is a really chill free MMORPG. Oh, it's a free one too. Holy shit, nice. I hope you had fun. Also, hi everyone from the raid. Welcome in. My name is Tylra. I'm a kobo. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games and I do art occasionally. Welcome in. Hope you are doing good. Thanks for the raid again, Donalai. I hope you had heckin' fun with Palia. Free MMORPG though. I know this might be a weird question, but is there... I do love MMOs. Is there dragons or reptilians in there? Like, perchance, maybe? This might seem like a weird question. If so, I'm sorry. Just curious. Just curious.
Ravengard is a legend. Ravengard is a charlatan, like every last patriarch of this wretched city.
Did you hear, kin? The Absolute is on the march, but don't you worry. Milady assures me the Steel Watch will hold the line. There'll be nary a scratch on our scales.
Dragons and phoenixes are a major theme, but I've not seen one as a character yet. Ooh. There is a dragon shrine and a phoenix shrine though. So you cannot play as a... Well, I'm gonna say beast character. Nah, I'm gonna be very specific as to say a dragonoid character. Yet. Ooh. I should keep a lookout.
Every Duke's just the same as the last, sticking up for each other as the sky falls around us.
Yeah, locked to humor, but it's lore related. Oh no. That's fine, I guess. I mean, that's not fine, but... Well, I wished. I can see them adding things in the future, though. They're still in bed. Oh, okay. Oh, they're still, like, early. Wait, this is to Lower City. Didn't I need... What? Didn't I need to go to Lower City? Sure, let's do it. Oh, I should save. See, I do love MMOs. I played a bunch of MMOs. Maple Story, Cabal C. And then there's also like Guild Wars and also like a few others. I mean, mainly Maple Story, I would say. That I played a lot back then, MMOs. There's also Luna Online. One called Mo Xiang. That's like the only Chinese version. The Chinese MMO. You know, all martial arts and shit. And then the Qing Gong, you can fly without anything. Yeah, those are the ones that I played, but all of them just doesn't seem to have beasts character to be played. So it's kind of sad, to be honest. Although I see there's like Guild Wars 2 has like a char. I think that's only about it. Oh, also Ataru Menchi, thanks for the follow. I changed the password, so everything might be a little wonky today. I'll try to keep a lookout on the activity feed so that I don't miss anything. But thank you for the follow. Appreciate. Need more dragons and kobolds, or reptilians in general. I'm pretty sure. I just want them. I love dragons and kobolds. Is my game stuck? Please. Oh, okay. I thought my game is stuck. Oh, I can already feel my PC chugging from this.
By order of Lord Gortash, all livestock admitted to the city must be surrendered. All livestock is now property of the Duke.
There's a trader.
You think you can do better? Wish me your story.
Hello? Does anyone want to buy a gazette?
That's terrible salesmanship. Get your act together. Not interested. I would love to, but I'm a bit busy. Maybe later. Okay, what is a gazette? What's a gazette? I'm going to Google. Gazette. Malaysia Gazette. What? Oh, there it is. A gazette is an official journal, a newspaper or record. Oh, that's gazette for 2 gold. Sure.
Thank you.
Baldur's Month Gazette. Anti-hack support group poster. Oh, pictures. Ritualistic murder of Duke Stillmane and Elf Song still unsolved. Is that Gortash? Ooh. Can I zoom in at this? No? Magic item market saved by adventurers. Postmaster Danzo Archright in trouble. What's happening to our letters? I know this one. Donation drive open at the refugee camp. Give a little. Helps a lot. Gortash coronation imminent. Witness the ascension of Baldur's Gate first Archduke. Pressure mounting between Baldurians and refugees. We can't risk taking spies of the Absolute Inn. Big news, huh? Waypoint. Oh, nice.
You really won't feel it.
Oh, someone's dead. Oh, you're unconscious. Hi, what's up?
The citizen is unconscious and won't be waking up anytime soon.
Can you tell me why? Did you punch him?
These street trash need to watch their tone. I don't tolerate disrespect.
I don't tolerate disrespect.
One blow and she drops like she's dead. Well, maybe she is.
Maybe she is. That's a strong punch, but I'm a monk. I might have a stronger punch than that. Hi, what is this? Stormshore Tabernacle. Hi.
Greetings, child of faith. Be welcome to the Stormshore Tabernacle. You have come far, I perceive. How may I serve you this day?
What do you do? What can I do here?
Here, clerics may commune with their gods, and even hear their responses, if they are so favored. I am also granted the power to provide holy resurrection through sales of revivification scrolls.
Oh, you have scroll revivification? Who are you?
I am Vicar Humbletoes, guardian of the Stormshore Tabernacle. I keep the peace in this sacred place and guide those in need.
Cool. Holy items available for purchase?
Of course, my child. Within limits. Behold my wares.
I have been beholden. What? Crusader's Mantle? That's a... Yeah, don't worry about it. Radiate a holy power that emboldens nearby allies. Their weapon attacks deals additional 1 to 4 radiant damage. This is so for who? Shadowheart. Aegis Palm. When you heal a creature, it gains the effect of Blade Ward. When you revivify a creature, it gains the effect of Death Ward. That is We win. We win. On a hit, inflict 1 turn of radiating orb upon the target. A sanctified weapon. Undead creatures struck by this weapon are possibly turned. Not that strong, it feels like. Yeah, I'll buy these two. Pet to kobold. I like pets, thank you. Pet good. Oh, no, that scratches rope. Right.
Wits and blades, always sharp.
With the reduced radiant damage with 1 turn radiant orb, nah, it's not even that good. Have the heals and everything. You gain 7 temp heal after casting a spell while in melee. Cast spells in melee? I think Crusader's Mantle sounds like a long resting. Oh, a short rest. It's once per short rest, okay.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Free? I saw it. Eric Strong, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Also, sorry, I changed the password just now because my account got attacked and everything seems to be a little jank. But I'll try not to miss any things that happen to my channel. Thank you. Hope you're doing well, Eric Strong. Electricians finally turned electricity back on. Gahoy hoy. Gahoy hoy, Pinky. There was a twitch lick me heard. Not even surprised at this point. But yes, my account got attacked on stream just now, so I have to restart everything. But yeah, hope you're doing good, Pinky. Welcome in.
Well, if it isn't the city's next celebrity. You star in our next edition's top story.
Why would I want to do that? It seems odd you've written the article before asking me any questions. I have no need for such attention. I suggest you focus on something useful, like the obvious corruption in this city. I have more than stories, ballads, prose, even a haiku or two, if you can spare the ink. Yeah, let's humor this person.
Oh, we have plenty of ink. Enough to cover all your misadventures in this good city.
Why would you assume that?
I've never heard so much violence against innocent circus freaks before.
Oh, that's what you're referring to.
The truth will be out with tomorrow's broadsheet. People will spit in your face. Your very presence will be bad for business. You'll be a pariah, an outcast, as you should be. And then, we can only hope the fist do their duty and escort you to the gallows. Your days of scumming up this good city streets will be over.
That's... He'll be your word against mine, and I'm really good with words. Print that out, and I'll push your corpse through the Gazette's print works. You know I've done far, far worse than that, right? He looks killable. I want to kill him already. Sorry, let me save scum this one. I want to kill this person. Thank you, Sleepy, because me had to delay being here. Ah. Maybe coffee? Trading in the middle of hostile conversation. It'll be a word against mine. How about this? And I'm really good with words.
Pray tell, how exactly will you disseminate that information? What's the name of your highly popular broadsheet? No? Exactly. The headlines are loaded into the print works already. Tomorrow, you will feel the power of free speech. Vox Populi, Vox Dei. Now, guards! I believe our distinguished guest was just leaving. Would you care to escort them out?
You think I'm scared? You think I don't want to kill you? You think only 2 steel washers can kill me? Sorry, I'm very invested in this story. You think all this thing is gonna kill me? Well, joke's on you. You are now dead, and I will kill you first. You. Burn. You don't mess with Kobo like that. No coffee, me doesn't like, and he has calories. Ah, fair. Maybe not. Can they be stunned? It doesn't say they cannot be stunned. You need a few dozen more and they'll have to be spread out due to AoE.
Karlak, it's go time.
Yeah, I am angry. Do I deal thunder damage? Oh, I do. No wonder that takes quite a bit of the damage.
Hungry for the slaughter.
I'm being threatened. Bonus nearby ally, weapons I do. Let's just heal them first. Get all the buff. See, everyone got Blade Ward. It's so good. Everyone gets Blade Ward.
Have to keep going.
Ignish. Oh, good. Alright, it's gonna explode next turn. It's gonna hurt a little bit, but I'm sure it's fine. Nah, don't do it. What was that? Nice. Oh, I have gaping wounds though. This is kind of scary. Ow. Wait, was that 1 damage? 1 damage? What? 2? Oh, they're so adorable. Okay. 2. What can you do? Aura of Terror? Okay. Nearby enemies differential attack rolls and saving throws. Yeah, sure. See? It's not even that painful. Ow. Gaping Dragonborn. Is that a concentration spell? I think it is. It didn't say, but it has to be... It's permanent. Yeah, it has to be a concentration spell. So I could disrupt that, I think. Oh, I cannot do that. Barbed arrow. Each time target moves. Ooh, okay. Get ruptured. Pew pew. Pew pew. Ah, thanks for the pets. Hi, Eric Strong. How are you doing today? I'm doing pretty good.
Survival is all that matters.
I had coffee. And coffee good. Why are you almost dead? My PC... Oh, rolling. There we go. Good roll, good roll. I'll stand here so that I cannot get AoE'd. Here comes the bonk. Nice. Another bonk. Bonk bonk. Woo. Pew pew. Know what else is rolling? A bowl filled with water. A bowl?
Now this is my happy place.
I'll drink? Okay, I will drink. You know what? No, now that I know that I'm Baal's spawn, I'm okay doing bad things in game now, I think. Thanks for that, Pinky. Alright, let's bonk him. Can they be dazed? Oh, they sure can. Oh my god, all the crits! I'll stay here for now. Dark is gonna get bombed. Have Blade Ward. Take Q. Boom. We take those. Get out. 2 health. All good. Nuh-uh. Yours. No you. Oh my god, my PC's chugging. Nice. Dash? Why? Oh, you're melee. Wait, no, you're not melee. Oh, wow, you heard. Oh yeah, Karlach has warding bond. So the damage that the damage doctors took will directed upon directed towards Karlach. I forgot. I think everyone needs heal. Heads up, potion.
Well, so much for peace.
I'll deal with the one that's up here. I really love it when the earbud disconnects for a tiny moment and the majority of me not hearing anything is due to disconnected, pairing, connected. Never know what to do with those transfer damage abilities. Oh.
One day, I'll catch a break.
Hi, how you doing? Boonk. Boonk. Not enough movement.
Knees high.
Boom. Karlach is pissed. Yeah, I have no low ground penalty. Pew pew. All good. Don't run. Nice. Nice. Ready to get punched? Punch? Punch? Eek? Ah, get kicked. This is what y'all get. Trying to tarnish my good name. That's what y'all get. Hey yo, me back to check. Issue fixed. Seems fixed for now. so much infernal iron, but I cannot use them anymore.
A welcome rest.
Ooh. Oh god. I like the music. Back later when I reach home. Beep beep. Okay, bye bye. Have good day, Narix.
I'll give it a shot.
I need to get me into the upper city. Those pricks at the gate won't let me through. Can you leverage your influence? I need to take the temperature of the patriarchs. See what they think about this whole absolute army thing. So be a dear and get me a pass or something. My arse is tired from sitting around the office.
Something good here, I hope.
Money. Money. My good friend Edward. G? I don't know. Document chest. Oh. How many keys are here? Bobo, I've come bearing noms. No. Don't. I'm still gonna say no noms to Bobold. No nomming the Bobo. The noms have arrived. Help. Help. Oh, I can get a free cassette here. There is no escape, only numph. Nah, there is escape. I can escape this, I'm a bubble. I'm small, I can... well, hide. Small is way good to numph? No, I can hide. I lost my code, did I? Oh god, there's more, okay. Think I'm scared. I got a new one. It's a slightly different looking one. See? Look at that. Ooh, beautiful, beautiful. Looking great, looking great. I love it. Alright, here we go. The lace pattern at top, that's stylish. Lace is this one, right? This pattern? Yeah. I have to say though, corset looks good. I love corsets. Bonk! Double boom boom! Damage! I'll stand here.
Let's cover fire, baby.
I'm angry. Come here, shithead. Damage. Unless there was even a newer leak, the leak data was one the entirety of Twitch source code, including common history. Creator payout reports from 2019 and beyond. 3. Twitch client for all platform, proprietary software development kit, and an unreleased Steam competitor called named Vapor. Internal security tools. Oh, I think just now it was the extension that's messing around, I think. I heard, well, Narik sent me something that has something to do with the extensions and posting as my account, you know, that posting as the creator's account. Hacked by something. The message was like hacked by someone, and then it's like join the Discord or we will fuck you up or some shit. That was kind of message. It's kind of childish, but hey, they like it, I guess. Wow, you like corsets? Next you're gonna tell me you like thigh-high socks or something? Solar... you know what's funny? You know what's actually funny? I checked... Well, okay, I'm not gonna hide this one. So I checked my Shopee just now. My thigh-high socks arrived. Just now. Literally just now. Yes, I like thigh-high socks, I do.
Need to stay focused.
Yay! Didn't even know you ordered them. I ordered them. I ordered them one night. It's just like before I sleep. It's like yeah. When the cards are precision targeted, roll. The roll was good. That you rolled a critical success. What can I say? That was a crit success. Shit. Forgot about the AoE. That far. Bonk. Oh, I'm mimed. I got mimed.
My faith will protect me. Got to move.
Oh wait, I healed. I looked at the wrong health. I'm stupid. Ah, fine. I looked at the wrong health. I think everyone can just run away. Don't need to catch the explosion like that, huh? Whee! See if this works. Potion. Okay. I'll waste a turn. Oh, good. Yeah, that's a bad positioning.
Breathe deep and move.
Seems to be the week of leaks and similar. Friends, Bang also got data leaked earlier. Fuck.
Let's go.
That's very scary. Bank data. That's even worse. Nice.
The dance macabre.
I'm maimed. I'm still maimed. Take you. Take you. Alright, I'm hiding. Oh! Ow.
Is that blood? No, never mind.
That's a lot of infernal iron. Yeah, I wouldn't want the dead of my... Oh, wait, you said bank. Yeah, I said bank. What were you thinking? I mean, what else can you be thinking other than bank? My country has a government account. That would be scary in my opinion. Oh, fuck. Yeah, I wouldn't want that to happen. Holy shit. That is not fun. That is mega scary.
All's well that ends not as bad as it could have.
Let's do another short rest.
Nice little nap.
Nice little nap. Oh, I'm trespassing. No wonder. Is the Gazette all different? Nah, they're the same. They just don't stack. Like, my bank account being hacked would be terrible, but my access to government agencies being hacked? That absolutely screws you up. Yeah, that totally screws everything that you know of up. I don't even know how to fix that shit. What? This place is empty. Leave it to new target. I don't know if it can ever be fixed as soon as someone runs off with that data. Yeah. It's like game over. Why is this one particularly red? Gondian research report. Maybe this one's important. What's a Gondian?
That's curious.
What's curious? Fixable in the same way you set it up in the first place, which requires your physical birth certificate, etc. Sounds about right, but still, it not only is it bothersome, troublesome, but also all of your personal data seems to got hacked. No, it's like government agency shit.
If not over, then through.
It's not funny. What do you mean? I don't care who keeps messing with the printer and adding mistakes to our editions. I'll dock all of your pay if it doesn't cease immediately. Oh, someone that died? Well, that's funny.
More for me.
Wolves in sheep's clothing? What? Curse breakers or curse makers? I don't know. But if you don't have that on hand, it will be a nightmare. It's a huge nightmare. I don't know how can someone recover from that if you don't have those on hand immediately. Yeah. I still stand by my point on, like, what makes people do this. They don't gain anything beneficial from this. Like, they don't gain anything. It's probabilistic fishing. I guess they gain something. They gain disruption, they gain something they can sell data off. Maybe that's why. Yeah, they can sell data, I forgot.
You approach the printer, noting its ink splots and intricate cogs. Before you can get closer, however, it begins to speak.
The fuck?
Oi! Gormless! Over here! Thought I recognized you. Dolly was right. You aren't much of a looker.
Who's Dolly? Am I going mad or are you a talking printer? Let me guess, another Fae who needs freeing?
I'm not trapped, you fool! This printing machine is just marvelous. We've nothing like it in the Feywild. This is my paintbrush. I make sure everything that's in those big, ugly article blocks becomes fine printed artistry. I'm a master pensman, I am. Dolly can't stop talking about you. Hero this, hero that, hero here, hero there. Hello, hero. You know, there's some absolute filth about you in tomorrow's edition. Seeing as you were kind enough to free Dolly, how's about I do you a favor? Why don't we change the headline? We can load up something a bit less damaging for your reputation.
Sounds good to me.
Well, first, I've got to release the old nasty top story. Whoop, there. Now, you've got to find a new article to replace it.
I have an article. Let's get started.
How delightful.
Alright, which one do we want? I have a few. And by a few I mean two. Curse breakers or curse makers, or wolves in sheep's clothing? This article's weaselly words weave a terrible tale about you, potentially reputation shattering if you put the print. Oh. What? Both of these are bad? If they send ransoms to 10,000 people, even if only 1 in 1,000 people pays it, they just got like 100k. Oh fuck. I didn't know such thing exist. That's funny, a posits printer that keeps correcting what's written with. Is the twist in the quest that all the options are terrible? I hope not, but I like wolves in sheep's clothing. Okay, there we go. Alright, here we go.
Paper's printing right now, pal. Should be on the streets tomorrow.
Alright, good luck. I'll be sure to check the news tomorrow. Hell yeah. News is news, but they can reporting. Wait, did you give one of them? You could probably have looked for a better one. Possibly, definitely. No, it's sure worth the quest to put another terrible story in. Fuck! This is the better one! Humdrum Baldur's Gate doesn't talk about your arrival in the city. No! Not like this. I didn't save! I'm gonna kill everyone again! I didn't put terrible one on purpose, I didn't know.
What's inside?
God, I mean, I'm dense, but I'm not this dense. Fuck! I swear, I am not this dense. Oh, shit. Don't. Don't. No. Stop, no. I need to look at the kitty. I have to load this. I need to look at kitties. I mean, I thought they're suggesting some other people, not me necessarily. Also, I think that's probably even a good one. Need to search for that one. Okay, let's search for everything beforehand. All right. Okay. I learned my lesson. I learned my lesson. Okay. I learned. Wait, is Monster Hunter now? Wait, Narik sent me something about Monster Hunter now. Is it? No, I still cannot play it. I forgot when's the release date. Oopsies. Well, I don't know. Did you learn your lesson and buy thieves' tools too? I did. I bought a bunch of them.
The truth will be out with, and then we can only hope the Fist do their duty and escort you to the gallows. Your days of scumming up this good city streets will be over.
Frontiers official revival, Frontier sequel, Frontier spin-off. It's not Frontiers, it's Monster Hunter now. It's like Pokemon Go, but Monster Hunter. Goodbye more. I will once I come across more. Print that about me, I'll push your corpse through the Gazette's print works.
I'm not afraid of you. Lord Gortash is a passionate champion of the journalistic arts. Attack me, and you face the Steel Watch. The headlines are loaded in now. Guards!
Nuh-uh. They're immune to prone, I forgot. I'm still gonna do it anyway. So just aim for the Steel Watchers and also kill this one first. Because them's a whole bitch. Ow!
My turn.
I'm angry. Bonk. Nice. Bonk.
Can't give up. Not now.
Okay, it's a concentration. I have cure wounds. Take you.
Take you.
I like how he's acting like he doesn't know you can fight good. I mean, he has Steel Watcher and he thinks that Steel Watcher is gonna team wipe me. Because truth be told, they are quite strong. I like, hi angry, I'm not. No, you're not, you're solar. Hi, solar. Don't numph. No. Not the numph. Oh, careful, there's explosion going on. Oh, it's gonna hurt. Why are you doing that? Ow. It's funny how people are trying to screw adventurers, keep forgetting that they're adventurers. Oh, that's a new one. Bane's Command. Nice. Nuh-uh. Yours. Ah, shit. Aura of Terror. Oh, nice. Good for you. You're gonna get exploded. Oh, okay, no more. Fine. Ow. That hurts quite a bit. Ow.
Not going to last much longer.
Oporsa. Take you. One. Oh my god. 1 health. Really?
Ready for another round?
What can I code? Anything consciously suffer disadvantage on strength checks and saves. 1d4 penalty to melee damage. I don't think I need that. Just bonk him. It's rolling. There we go. Nice.
Never a dull moment.
Hey, you cute Kobo. Wow. Hope your life is doing well. My life is doing pretty well. Hi. Hello, Orin. I hope you are doing well yourself. Welcome in. Boom, boom. Oh, damage. Wow, okay. Can I buy a sharpshooter though? Yeah, I'll shoot you. Pew, pew. Actually, I should have disengaged, to be honest. Well, too little, too late. It's gonna hurt. Nuh-uh. The cards don't do damage, it's the Steel Watcher doing work. And except for you as well. Ow. Finally back after 2-minute ad break. Oh, sorry about that. But also, hi. Welcome in. If you missed it, I'm doing pretty well. Did your response? E. Oh, good. I'm doing pretty well myself, and I hope you're doing well too. Welcome in. Actually, I think I'm just gonna jump away. Oh my god, my PC's dying. Yum! Nice.
Nothing important is ever easy.
This one long rest. I'm doing amazing. Ooh! This week I got my 3-month follow-up of HRT, and they've doubled my estrogen amount. Those sound familiar. I wonder what... I feel like I heard those things before, but I don't know what they are. That sounds like great progress is ahead. Huge fingers crossed. I think I know what that is, but I also don't. I think I've heard of it. Wait, I'm sorry. I'm slightly confused. Just gonna dash, run. Estrogen is one of the things that make you take when you transition from male to female. Oh, you take it along with testosterone blocker. Oh, oh goodness! Oh my god! Congrats, big congrats! And he also, my fingers is also crossed for you. Have cobalt fingers as well. I hope that didn't sound too weird. I'm sorry, but yeah, still, I'm so glad to hear that. Very, very nice. can do... Too well. I should throw a potion. 60 to 40? Yeah, this one. Mine. Oh, that's a good heal. What's up with Mr. Strom Knight there? Oh, it's going to explode. Nice. Nice. Alright. Oh, that's a big jump. There it is. Oh.
Put him up.
Oh, available next turn, okay. Gosh, I'm actually also kind of considering HRT as well. But since I live in Malaysia, such a thing, I don't know if I can find something like this here. You know, since Malaysia is not really like LGBT friendly. But I'm
Where do I go from here?
seriously considering it.
At the ready.
HRT huge risk, we need to move away from father first, I'd imagine. Yeah, very. Very dangerous if I do it in this household when father's around. Oh, okay.
Ready.
Nice. Everything is so slow. It's chugging. Ow. Nice.
Not for communal use, it seems. Best show some respect. Or some more cunning.
That didn't happen before. Who's that? Who's fighting? What? I hope they'll add sumo to Baldur's Gate 3 someday. God, I wish there's like a delay turn in Baldur's Gate 3.
Well.
Because in Divinity Original Sin 2, you can actually delay your turn. Although it is very broken, to be honest. Being able to delay your turn is very broken. Okay, maybe not then, I guess.
Let's spill some blood. Time to move.
Pew pew. Oh. Pew. Where did my movement go?
tactical.
Oh, you tried.
On I go.
Nice. Did they turn powerful, considering some strategies can rely on someone getting screwed as soon as they do anything? Yeah. And also being able to let them engage first, because in Divinity, movement requires AP. Pretty much everything you do requires AP, so you make them waste their AP engaging, so that you don't need to waste your AP, you know, trying to get into them. So I delay the turn, they rush towards me, and then instead I use all my AP to just beat the shit out of them because I delayed my turn. And also because I delayed my turn, the next turn will be my turn first immediately. So it's like, yeah, very broken. Bane's command. This creature can channel Bane's wrath. It is the Black Hand's will. No, if I punch you to death.
What's in here?
Charlatans.
Pew pew. Ooh, you love the damage. Oh, what is this?
Let's go.
Gods, it's hot in here.
I'm just gonna shoot them. I don't want to risk anyone looking at what I'm doing. Damage.
Find a route.
Did the temperature in Malaysia increase too? Just notice a tiny lake dried out around here.
Concentrate.
If it did, I don't really notice it, but it has... I think actually the temperature dropped a little bit because of weather. Like, weather currently looks like it's mostly cloudy. Nice. They did.
Looking ahead. Better make camp soon. Might be a while before there's another chance to rest.
Best keep your hands to yourself.
Who are you? What? Oh, there you are. Hi.
Don't know
know about you, but them big metal bastards really put me off my flow.
I'm sorry I have to kill you because you don't allow me to steal.
Don't want to draw any attention.
Unless I can do this. If I can do this, I don't need to kill you. But if I... Okay. Okay, I don't need to kill you. Good to know. Because it would be a shame if I need to kill you. Because you don't like the steel watches as well. Cool. Sorry, the queue because I don't know. Oh, did the ad code not work? Son! Need to find typo. But the ad code should be like that. No? I mean, the ad code is there. Although the shoutout didn't work. Let me just restart CloudBot real quick. I think there'll be a better chance to just fix everything, I hope. Right, let me go to Streamlabs real quick. It's kind of slow. It's kind of slow because my PC dying. Okay, CloudBot, there it is. I'm just gonna restart CloudBot. It's on here, but I don't know. And okay, it's restarted. Hopefully it works now. Let me try shouting out someone. Let me shout out Daz. I mean, Daz was here. Does it work? Oh, there it is. It works now. Oh, it should work now, I believe. Let me try repeat the ad code, or do you want to do it? Actually, I'll let you do it. Oh, did we both do shout out in the same? Oh, there it is. Yeah. Okay. All good. Yay. Streamers always so fast. I mean, streamers don't have what do we call it? Streamers don't have latency. Yeah. Also check out Luna Live, which is heckin' rated. Oh, Moon Goddess. Very cool. Yeah, now if I have the shout out from the raid, yeah, true. I did only like the slash shout out, but not this kind of shout out. My bad. Oh, there it is. Oh. Faye. Snake raid? Oh, snake. Shineku? Wait a minute. I love Shineku. Hi. Welcome in. How was Baldur's Gate 3? Hi, Antara Studios as well. Welcome. Hope you had a good time playing Baldur's Gate 3. Also, my name is Tylra. My brain doesn't work today, I'm sorry. My name's Tylra, I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I play funny games and I do art occasionally. It has been a while though. But yeah, thanks for the raid again. Hope you are doing good. Just finish up the Goblin Fort today. We completely avoided the rank. Oh! By sticking explosive barrels around him and his friends blowing them out to start the encounter. Ooh, dang, y'all are so clever. And then there's me fighting the same fight for 4 hours back then. Look, I just like brute force my way to victory. But hey, that sounds like a very neat idea. But yeah, also I'm quite far in, so if you want to avoid spoilers, I would appreciate a deep lurk, you know, like mute the tab and everything. But of course, if you want to take care of yourself as well, go right ahead. You know, take care of yourself with the post-stream care and thing. I've done a solo run through the Act 3 so far, so I have a good idea on how to cheese some bosses now. Nice. You're the brawn kind of adventurer. Yeah, I just sort of go like straightforward. I punch until I win kind of feel to it. I'm that kind of kobold. Okay, enjoying the game? I'm very enjoying the game. Yay. Also, thank you. Okay, let's save here. So the steel washers in there.
Can't slow down.
Time to go. Ow. Nice. Engie. Oh no, you're too thick, Karlak. You're too thick. Oh, Karlak's too thick. I cannot I don't have jump. Can I throw one of you out? Can I push? No, I don't have bonus action. Damn it. Fine, fine. Gosh, that did like no damage. Oh wait, I should have just like...
I'm ready.
Can you feel death's cold grip?
Fuck yes.
Ah, should have done that. It's fine.
Need to act fast.
Take you. Take you.
Take you.
Bye forever, pal. I won't give in.
I'm sorry, I'm cooking some meat for me and my brother, so I'll lurk here. No, Shredder is okay. There's no need to be sorry. Go cook. Very important. Also, thanks for the lurk. Nice.
some courage.
I have an idea. Look at this, look at this. Close the door? Cannot close the door? Or is the door broken? Okay, fine. Guess the door is broken. I'll stay far away. Ow. Are they body blocking? They might be body blocking. This is bad.
Count on me. Can't even catch my breath.
Puff is interrupted. I cannot jump over. They're being toxic, just body blocking. Wow. Oh god. Oh, oops! I'm gonna get exploded. Unless. Oh, that works. Report them for report them for their fair and legal but annoying play. See, that's a thing with that's a common thing with MOBA games, don't you think? They're not breaking any rules per se, they're just being either too good or just being annoying in general. You know what I mean? And then they are getting reported for that shit. Or just like bad plays, they are learning the game and then they are getting reported. It's like, why? They are learning. Not everyone is a mega gamer like, well, some people, you know? Let them play the game. Enjoy. There's no need to be so toxic over that. Which is also why I'm very terrified of playing MOBA as well. Shit. That's a little further than I thought. Fuck.
In position. I wonder if this is worth the cost. You picked the wrong fight, friend.
I'll just do it again. And now run away.
What path lies before me?
Oh, Astarion's dead, I think. Because I ended turn for Astarion. Oops.
Heating up. Incoming.
What should I do?
Yeah, I'm sure Astarion will be fine. Ow. See? All good. Hunky dory.
Let's have a look.
The people who have to look at those reports, so much work. Yeah, so much unnecessary work. I feel bad for them. Although I have to say though, me saying this, I was once that kind of player as well. A few years back, when I was playing Heroes of New Earth. Not a few years back actually. During my middle school years, I was playing Heroes of New Earth with my friends, and usually I'll go and report someone for really bad plays. Like, maybe it's not just really bad plays. See, I'm one of the toxic players as well, but I'm a changed woman. I don't do that anymore because I know that not everyone was a mega gamer. So yeah, I did that before. I feel terrible thinking about it. It was around university years that I realized that people play games to have fun, not just wanting to take the W. You know, people play to enjoy or to learn the game. And I was the one who reports like most people for their bad plays. Like, yeah, I kind of feel bad about it. Actually, scratch that. I feel absolutely I feel like shit for it. And even if they are, it can't be top 5% or whatever and everything. Yeah, it's just not realistic. What? Collection records. Don't know what you're lacing those papers with, but they're sounding like silk root at the Druid's Grove. Bloody good stuff. Cool. 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 I can sell this. They're not heavy. I think the reports couldn't have done too much harm, if that makes you feel less guilty. It does. It does. I was when I was in university, still like living alone, and I thought bad about me doing this. I just sort of wish that they didn't have a bad time, you know, playing with me instead. This could be also why that I'm afraid of playing with other people as well. I think that that's like the start of me the fear of playing with other people because of my toxic behavior. What the fuck?
Might be useful.
Is it dark or is it red? From what I'm seeing nowadays, you're very untoxic, and mostly you're getting annoyed at the in-game character skill set. Yeah. Not gonna lie, yeah. Oh, my OBS, it's constantly connected to Twitch chat. Then me sees people who shit on Street Fighter 6 skins for hit and run tactics. It can get quite annoying, I get that. But it doesn't warrant them to like just, you know, talk mega shit about them. Okay, I hope the chat box and everything is back. Twitch said that everything is gone. Today is a scuff stream, don't worry about it. regarding portrait production. Addressed to Lord Anver. Well, my lord. Wow. Public danger. Is that an article? Weasley was weave a terrible take about you. A terrible tale about you. Potentially reputation shattering if put to print. Oh, okay. So that's a bad one. Don't use that. They were a Manon too, so it makes sense for another player to do that even. Yeah, you don't want to get close to Manon, you're gonna get shit on. Manon would just be like, hiya!
That's curious.
Hiya! And then 37% of your health bar gone. And your complaint is more like, couldn't be too annoying. Well, yeah, guilty. Look, Kunomitsu is annoying, okay? The only character in the game that has like a 10 frame projectile. A jab fast projectile. I still don't like Kunomitsu and also Xiao Yu in Tekken. I don't like them. I think only the Kitty one is like the best one. For the article. Kitty is the best one. I'm stuck. Really? Okay, don't use wolf in sheep's clothing. I'm not dumb this time. And I haven't even seen anything complain like in that Pokemon Unite game from you. Oh yeah, I do play Pokemon Unite. That's like a long time ago. Oh. Something happening to my Twitch account again. Why did my Twitch account sign out? This is bad. Give me a second. This account needs a password reset? Okay, I'll reset my password. Fuck. Yeah, I guess they noticed that my account has been compromised. Alright, let me fix my account real quick. Guess my account is still getting compromised. Is my stream still going? Yeah, okay. Sorry about that. I guess the stream is very scuffed. No wonder everything is signed out in the middle of my stream. Okay, let's reset my password. Changing your password result in the invalidation of your stream key and the revocation of existing account credentials issued to third-party services. You will need to reconnect existing third-party services by... Oh, fine. God. Why? I should have done this last night. Drake even warned me about that, and I forgot. I cannot believe I forgot about that. I'm just gonna slam my keyboard for a new password, okay? First word is like capital letter. So capital letter random. There, okay. And then it's so strong. So this and then a few numbers. There. Even I don't know what the password is. Okay. But I'm gonna copy this password. It says great password. Let me get my note in. And just in case, let me hide my screen real quick. Sorry, capitalizing one. Oh shit, yeah, okay. Let me retype the password again, alright? Okay, didn't happen. Retyping the password. So. Right, that should be the password. Even I don't know what the password is. Okay, let me get my notes. Let me hide my screen as well for a little bit. Sorry about that, right? Real quick, let me do this. Hunter 2? What? Why is it Hunter 2? Okay, that is the password. Okay, this time I don't even fucking know what the password is, but the password, it has been saved. Sorry about today's scuff stream, guys. I'm sorry. Password has been reset. It is the most secure password I can ever imagine. Alright, okay. Done. Should log in my Twitch account. Alright, let me log in everything real quick. I even have 2 FA though, right? That is so scary. Okay. Hunter 2 because know your mem. Someone told someone that if they type their password, it appears as S. So they type their password in chat to test. What? Why would they type their password in chat? Okay, let me lock this one in real quick. Boom. Log in. 2FA is a barrier, but not a 100% safe one. Fair point. Alright, activity feed is back. Chat is still here. Good. Twitch stats is gone somehow. Oh, nope, it's back. Okay. And this one. Know your mem. Hunter 2. Bash conversation. Oh shit. This one. Because they thought the site automatically censors it. Hey, if you type in your password, it will show as stars. See? It does like stars to me. That's what I see. Oh, really? Absolutely. You can go Hunter 2 by Hunter 2 in Hunter 2. Does it look funny to you? Yeah, see, when you type Hunter 2, it shows us as... Oh, no. I didn't know IRC did that. No matter how many times you type Hunter 2, it shows the... Oh, no. Wait, how do I know? I just copy-pasted your as. Oh, okay. Wow. I thought I'm dense. Apparently not. Wow, we. Holy shit. God, this hacking thing is bumming me out. Okay, log out my streamer bot. Login? Fuck, I have to reopen streamer bot. I'm bummed out by this. Although it is definitely my fault as well, you know. Drake warned me about this. I forgot about it. So there it is. Did my stream? Oh, it's just a screen. Okay. Okay, integrate platforms, settings, login. Must hide that. Okay, streamer bot is back. Oh, there's this. Oh yeah, there's also Seribot because okay, let me go put in Seribot once more. Just in case, you know what? I'm already doing this. Might as well just do like the most secure thing. Well, it's not really secure, but you know, Seribot is nice. I trust Seribot. Okay, Seribot. This is Seri. There. Wait, I'm doing it real quick. Oh, a lot of people is in Seribot. I see so many people in Seribot right now. I'm pretty sure it's because of this leak. A lot of people are doing this as well, you know, having the Seribot ripped away from the channel. The request authorized with Seribot first. Secondly, go to your channel and mod Seribot. Oh, they're not mod Seribot? Okay, let me check. Is Seribot here? I think I can check it here. Yep, Seribot is here. Okay. So if I type in join again, it should work. Set up. Okay, I'm joining your channel when you're live. I'm also blocking follow bots for you. Nice. Alright, we got Seribot going on. Lurk shopping. Okay. Have good shopping. What else do I need to do? Do I need to restart stream key? I don't know if I need to restart stream key. I mean, everything is looking fine for now. Hmm? Oh, is it this? Okay, all good. Let's go look at the thing. The printer. I will insert the cutest cat you've ever seen. This article about the humdrum of Baldur's Gate doesn't talk about your arrival in the city. I think that's good enough, right? Wait, what? Murder target? Get one that says how good you are? Is there something like that? Also, how am I not a mod? Let me refresh my chat real quick. Okay, there we go. We're back. Is there something like that? I haven't seen it. Search more. Okay, I'll search more. I don't know. I'm sure it exists. You sure, but you don't know? This dragon's confused. Did you search upstairs too? Is there an upstairs? This here.
I'll feel that one later.
Am I dead?
Keep your hands to yourself. You're being watched.
I'm just trying to open the door.
I don't need any attention right now.
Thank you. What an asshat.
Watch your back.
Oh, this is one after short rest.
Step lightly.
Standard procedure. Gortash just wants to make sure that the truth is the truth.
Diva, here? Oh. Oh shit.
still alive, so that's progress. This calls for careful footwork.
If you say so, mate.
That might be worth a look.
Check out baskets too, and they could hold things. Probably not here. I thought I was onto something.
Let's not tell them I prefer a pink.
At least white wine doesn't stink. Gortash is a visionary, sure enough. But his vision...
We have still and yours. Not so.
Yes. But these tax hikes are enough to make my eyes... Really wasn't easy to set it all up myself. Yes, you've made that very clear.
Not a lot. Unless you want to set fire to the
I think, yeah, probably not up here. But why is this red? Why can't I walk?
Need to find a way forward.
Okay.
Hey, cut it out, will you? I've got deliveries to manage.
Doesn't feel like it's here, but I don't know.
All right, time to skulk about.
Celebrate the brave heroes who slew General Catherick. Shining commendation of your deeds and dalliances would do wonders for your reputation if put to print. Let's go!
The block has a broadsheet article engraved upon it. It speaks positively of you.
Hell yeah, man, let's go. It's mine now. We found it. I trust you. I trust you, Solden. Oh, I always trusted you. Yeah. I never had a doubt on a Dwaken. Zero doubts. Zero doubts. Alright, let's put it in. I'm gonna save first.
You approach the printer, noting its ink splots and intricate cogs. Before you can get closer, however, it begins to speak.
Oi! Gormless! Over here! Thought I recognized you. Dolly was right. You aren't much of a looker.
How do you know Dolly?
We both love cheeky words. She does all the shouting, I do the writing. This is my paintbrush.
Is there anything next to the press too?
Big,
The
ugly
press?
article blocks becomes fine printed. Ah, Dolly can't stop talking about you. You know, there's some absolute filth about you in tomorrow's edition. Seeing as you were kind enough to free Dolly, how's about I do you a favor? Why don't we change the headline? We can load up something a bit less damaging for your reputation.
Sounds good to me.
Well, first, I've got to release the old nasty top story. Look there. Now,
There.
you've got to find a new article to replace it.
I have an article. Let's get started.
How delightful.
Too late? Oh, that headline sounded good. I mean, celebrate the brave hero who slew General Catherick is pretty good. Alright, put it in. The news of my deeds were what? The news of my deeds was greatly exaggerated. Rick the Baldur's mouth printing press. Cool. It does say you're a big badass, so that's nice. Yay. Kobo just slew General Catherick. Disable the Steel Watch. Gortash is protected by the Steel Watchers. We need to figure out how to disable the Steel Watch. Enver Gortash revealed more about your former glory. It was you who first put together the plot of the Absolute. As the greatest Balian assassin in your prime, you were due to bring devastation to the mortal planes with the Absolute's legions. And you can get it all back by collecting the nether stones and reclaiming your place to the temple. Mizora asks us to meet her in the camp. She has an important proposal to make regarding Widow's father, Grand Duke Ravengard. Brave Bobo? Yay! This Bobo brave. I'm gonna save again, and then let's do a long rest. Because all the spell slots are kind of gone. Still 252432. Nah, let's do a long rest here. You cannot end the day with party member in the danger zone. Alright, okay.
This is the first time in 200 years I've seen these streets in the sunlight. You can forget just how much color there is in the world.
Paint a picture, it will last longer.
Oh, yes, your trademark wit. Now, what do you want exactly?
My trademark wit.
I made it back. I'm here. Thank the gods. Thank the gods.
Not but a special tadpole.
Baldur's Gate. You know, I never quite believed I'd actually make it back. Wasn't until we got within reach of Worm's Crossing that it felt real. It's so strange. I don't remember much of it, yet I can't help feel like I know it. It feels like home.
Better than hating the place without remembering why. It's good to be back.
I suppose it is. Though the chance to savor the moment might be brief, given all that still lies ahead of us. I may have to rely on your local knowledge to plug the gaps in my own mind. Hopefully, I'll remember more than I expect to. Fine. What's on your mind? How are you holding up?
Okay, so still the same.
Don't be so modest.
Okay, I'm pretty sure we can do a long rest here.
These barrels aren't light. I'll tell you that for free.
Warning of what? What do you want?
You've set foot in a restricted area. A swift exit may
What?
be in order.
Who? Right, I'll be on my way. Oh my god, the star, you stupid. Who are you talking to?
Halt, citizen. Submit to inspection. In the name of Lord Enver Gortash.
Why? What? What did I do?
Parasite reels in your skull. Something within the Steel Watcher tugs at your mind.
The fuck? I'm a law-abiding citizen. I am free to go. Yeah, what did I do? I mean, I know what I do, but what did I do? I'm just stealing. I'm just taking things. Not stealing, sorry. I would never steal what's not mine. I'm just taking what's rightfully mine.
Your blood runs quicker, feeding the gnawing absence at the center of your mind.
Apologies, citizen. Your record is clean. Please enjoy the city and remain vigilant.
Thank you. My god, man. God. Got all this blood right here? You think that's my handiwork?
Almost pleasant traveling with company. If you ignore all the less pleasant aspects.
I've no qualms about the quality of the content. I've always enjoyed reading it myself.
I wouldn't mind doing a little shopping in the city.
Are the gods truly this petty?
Hmm? Did you just had... They all really like Gortash, don't they? Talk to Gauntlet the Vela in the Elf Song Tavern. This must be the Elf Song Tavern, right? I wish there's like a Dragonborn here. I wish.
The Elf Song Tavern. I wonder if my old things are still there. They could be of use to me.
Sure. Will you just try to open the door? What are you doing? Is that a chicken? Oh, that's not a chicken. What? Why do I think that's a chick? I'll shut up.
Probably best if I keep a low profile. All too well with the elf song. Such a coward.
What did you do, Astarion?
I wonder if our paths ever crossed in the before times. Were you always so sneaky?
Do you address an archduke?
I know you said
I
more,
haven't
but we
survived
only
for
have
2
8.
centuries by being reckless, and I hope to survive at least 2 more.
Yeah, yeah, don't rub it in.
Hi.
Aye, aye. Pull up a seat. If you can find one spare, that is.
Business going well?
With all this talk of war, what else are folk to do but drink? I reckon the murder we'd had something to do with it too. Got punters all intrigued. On that morbid note, what can I get you fine self?
Let's not pry for now. Well, actually, let's pry a little bit more.
Going to make this place famous, I reckon. Victim is a bloody duke. Boleyn Stelmane. Well, she was a duke. Now she's just bloody. I reckon I'll be able to charge double for that room once the constable's done with it. Murders and ghosts are always grand for business. At least, I hope.
That's optimistic. Looking for a place to stay?
I tell you what, the murder upstairs has brought some punters, but it's also really spooked folk out of renting rooms. If we get you staying up there, perhaps folk will calm down and realise there's nothing to worry about. You can have the whole upstairs floor until this killer thing blows over.
Ooh, hundo! I'm too rich for my boots. Perhaps I could get a discount on the accommodation?
Charity! In Baldur's Gate! Good one.
You want Tylra to go to sleep next to a murder scene? Really? Point out the tavern's obvious dirt and grind. They should get you a discount. Bar persuasion. Cut the price. Now spread the word of this place for miles around. You're not persuasion. Oh, I had the advantage situational. Yeah. On the murder scene, really? Charge me 200 gold. What an asshat. God damn it. Where's my guidance? Why is the game so buggy? Guidance! There's no guidance, okay. Alright, we did it still. We don't need guidance.
Keep your voice down about the bloody murder upstairs. Top floor's all yours. If it gets a bit too noisy at night, well, don't sleep above a pub.
Yeah, for once a warm meal. I should... Let me close the curtains real quick. It's messing up my mouse. Give me a few seconds.
I wonder if this was brewed with my barley.
I should get cards printed. Roger Gherkins. Realtor.
Why did we need an archduke? Wasn't a grand duke enough?
They ruin everything.
Alright, I'm back. Alright, let's get upstairs. How do I get upstairs? Here? That doesn't look like upstairs. Gosh, the music of this place is really nice.
Of course I heard about it. I hear everything.
Can't grasp it.
Murder sounds better every day.
Oh, there it is, the stairs. Why are you guarded? Right, don't worry about it.
Stelmane's parlor. A place to receive clients and informants. I wonder if it's as I remember it.
Let's see what this does.
Hi. Oh, hi, Tikaka. Oh, the bubbles.
Bollocks! I told those idiots not to let anyone through. You. Name, rank, and reason for interrupting an active crime scene. For your sake, the last one better be bloody good.
Oh, you're the Vela. Dark Urge, recently unemployed. I quite like murders. The Dark Urge. Amnesiac. I care about preventing murders. I'm no one, just an adventurer. Why so angry? I'm lost. I'll leave you alone. Oh yeah, let me do this real quick. Yeah. For the fellow Bobo. Yeah. Oh, Darker's exclusive lines. Sounds like it. Amnesia, I care about preventing murders. I kind of want to say this. Also, go follow Tikaka, amazing artist that draws a lot of amazing bubbles. Dark Urge, Amnesiac, I care about preventing murders.
A hobbyist detective. I can't fault the drive. I read the Baldur's Mouth crime reports like a starving wereball before I worked for the Fist. But you should leave it to the professionals. It's not healthy for civilians to see scenes of such a sensitive nature. Unless you've got useful information, leave me to my work. Duke Stelmane's dead, and I've got to find who killed her.
Kobold supporting Kobold? Yeah. I know more about Baal than anyone you'll find. You don't want to send me away. Tell her about the murder target list you found. Trust me on this, it's an inspiring Baal cultist. There's more at stake than Steelmane murder now that Baal himself is involved. Yeah, let's tell about the murder target list.
God, that's it. Proof that I was right. I've been working on an assignment, see? A research project of sorts. I knew my conclusions were sound, but this... I never expected this.
It's a really nice
I'll
outfit.
Tell you what I know. A century ago, there was a man, Saravok Anchev. He was a child of the god of murder, Baal. He ruled the Iron Throne, a dark tower hiding a darker secret. It was the front for a deadly arms dealing network. There, Saravok amassed an army and sought to become a god. Under his stewardship, the Baal Temple was revived. And with it, the Baal cult itself. Fortunately, the temple was destroyed. And to cleanse the city of Saravok's memory, the Iron Throne was torn from its foundations and cast into the Chionthal. For most, that was the end of it. But cults like that don't disappear overnight. That list you spoke of confirms I'm right. The Baal cult is back. And someone is out there, continuing Saravok's work.
Not me. I think it may be Baal spawn. What makes you think it's not Saravok himself? Any idea who it is? You said Saravok left the cultist a century ago. He can't still be alive, can he? You're absolutely right. I have reasons of my own to think that there's an increase in Baal's activity. Or more. You should raise this with your superiors immediately. Should I say that? Yeah, let's go for 4. He can't still be alive, can he?
Stranger things have come back to haunt this city. The brutality of the killings is on a par with Saravok's own. But there's something more here. Something new. There's a reference to these murders. A certain flair. It's as if they were done in worship.
You can rent. I rented the room, yeah.
Cuts, the depth, the execution. The best butchers in Faerun couldn't make a cut like that. Trust me, I've asked them. I tried to explain all this to my superiors, but they wouldn't have any of it. They told me to drop it. Told me the city doesn't need another conspiracy theorist and to get back to doing my job before they find someone else to do it for me. But you're not bound by such constraints. help me out here. Help the city out. I bet if you follow the trail of these murders, you'll be able to unearth the truth of this resurgence.
What would you do in the meantime? What about the other victims on the list? Did you rent it for free? Yeah, I got it for free. I'll do my best. Of course I'm not gonna give them gold. Like, excuse me? Gold is mine. I like shinies, they are mine. What would you do in the meantime?
There are patriarchs on the murder target list. I'm oathbound to secure them first, so I'll be heading to the upper city next. While I'm there, the other potential victims will be at risk. Could you warn them?
The Flaming Fish should be protecting everyone, not just upper city folk. That's your job, not my problem if you only want to help the rich. Yeah, honestly, they could have helped down here. You know, they could have helped the lower city as well. Why are you not helping the lower city and just go upper city? I'm saying 1, but I'm not saying 3 because 3 is a little aggressive.
Not from round here, are you? We're in Baldur's Gate. This is just how things work.
Fuck. Fine.
Thank you.
Starion
That's all I
disapproves.
can ask, and more than I hoped. Once I'm done with the Patriarchs, I'll head to Basilisk Gate to have another go at convincing my superiors to put some resources into this matter. Meet me there if you've anything more to report. And good luck.
Don't worry, I'm definitely not a ball spawn. Like, 0 chance I'm a ball spawn? Nah. Me? Nah. Ball spawn? Me? Nah. I'm not a ball spawn. Like, no way. Perception failed. Who? What? Wait, where's the Starion? What?
Don't linger.
Oh, okay. What's with the perception just now?
Janitor in a tavern. If Mother was still alive. No, there's a war on. If this was brief with my bow.
Never a dull moment.
Even Estra's column's been left. You're stealing.
Anything of use? But that will fit in my pack.
We have steel watchers dominating the streets, and you're worried about the price of bread.
Suspect blood loss? Observations, ritualistic killing, right hand missing, clean severance likely before death, marked with the absolute on the floor, empty bottle recently drained of contents, maybe poison. Motive? Suspect Baltur's ritual, but won't tell Valeria that. Suspects? Sounds like a tough one. What?
That's curious.
What's curious? What did I check? Oh, this one. Discarded wine bottle.
Strange bottle. Even stranger smell. Funny bottle. Smells a little rancid.
A peculiar bottle with a peculiar smell. What is that?
No one can. Can I guidance myself? Nice.
This wine's been poisoned.
got a long road ahead.
Rented rooms. What did I do? I mean, I went into rented rooms, but... Elf Song Hospitality. Foraging is a thing in the past in Elf Song Tavern. To purchase camp supplies for resting, simply visit the dumb waiter hatch. Scratchoo!
Hope you're keeping well, friend.
Yeah, oh my god. I missed you, Scratch. Oh my god. Scratch has a good home now. Wait, this is my camp? I'm buying camp supplies. I have like 2,000 camp supplies at least, it feels like. Kitty.
But please, don't look at me.
Kitty.
I brought my own paring knife.
Cool.
Making me sweat.
Kitty.
I'm just a cat. But please, talk to Yenna.
The kitty stopped moving. My Shadowheart using her 6th level spell to give me 50 camp supplies for no reason every long rest. Wow, what the Okay. I'm not going to hurt you, kitty.
I don't like talking.
May I pet you?
But please don't.
Is Yenna mistreating you?
Yenna is my best friend. She's kind. Help her, not me. But please, don't look at me.
But kitty...
Alright, what now?
You're not level 11 yet, right? Nope. Oh my god, Scratch is looking at the door. You're the best doggo.
Friend.
Scratcho. Oh my god, you're the best. My eyes are not glowing. I'm still bothered by it. I'm sad now. Ashes of balsam. Oh, thank you. Hey.
Come to bask in the glow of the Moon Maiden's sword? Be most welcome.
How do you intend to spend your newfound freedom?
I am free from my bonds, but not my duty. The dead 3 are risen. The dead 2 remain.
Fuck.
You must face them. I will help.
Wait, I'm one of the dead 3 though. Oh, well, one of dead 2. You heard nothing. Oh god. Oh god. Vegetable soup. Oh, hi Savior. Stress the bone, I will. Open the chest here. Nice. Money. Hi, Withers.
Thy wheel of... Dost thou require a new ally? Very well. Impossible. 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 Impossible.
Alright. It's always so good talking to you. What is this? Dumb waiter. What is dumb waiter?
All's well, I hope. Aside from the obvious.
Okay. Alright, Will. This is gonna be a huge conversation. That's regarding Mizora, Will, and Duke Ravengard. So best save here.
Your tadpole quivers, revealing your discussion with Mizora to Will.
Shit. Father's been taken, and Mizora started to scheme.
Yeah.
By all the hounds of the hells, what is she planning?
I have no idea, but I can't wait to find out tomorrow night if you're lucky. Your father's involved, which means it's worth hearing her out. Where's Gortash taking your father, do you think? You don't have a single clue? She's your patron, not mine. Bobo, no! No, not the Bobo. Maybe pet the Bobo. Bobo likes that. The tadpole quivers? Excuse me, Larry? Don't worry about it.
Certainly not. But she's as inevitable as Toril's path around the sun. We'll have answers soon enough. Let's talk to Mizora. Until then, may my father keep safe, whatever coop he's been flown to.
Did you know Steelmane very well back in the day?
I met her twice. The first time, I was a boy of 7 or 8, at a banquet in the Flaming Fist's honor. One look and I was smitten. Chestnut hair that flowed behind her like willow fronds, as she floated from one room to the next as if carried by clouds. The second time, Steelmane was different. Even with the aid of a cane, each step she took was a struggle. Every word she spoke took great physical effort. A stroke victim? I asked father later. No, he said. A stroke survivor.
Ah, shit.
Whatever you believe about Steelmane, she's not the only one to suffer the killer's blow. My father was tadpoled. Steelmane is dead. The people are frightened and the council's in disarray. To exert control, you must first sow chaos. A tyrant's strategy, as father would say. These murders aren't random acts. Someone powerful is guiding the killer's hand, and the city is made weaker for it.
Could it be true? Duke Steelmane allied with the Emperor?
Mind flayers are like devils. They just sport tentacles rather than wings. Clever, manipulative, exploitative. The Emperor says he's a friend. I think we'd be fools to believe him. And maybe it's true. Maybe Steelmane allied with a mind flayer and subjected the city to their political will. Or maybe he made an offer she couldn't refuse.
Ooh. Gives head scritch. Oh! Oh my god! A dragon head scritch. I'm gonna cry. So this is my camp now.
You smell very delicious, but I will not bite you.
A thick burp. Thick. Oh. Did you not pet? Did you not want to pet the thick burb?
You smell very
There it is. Mmm.
more.
More. Thick burb.
Nice here. The caves smell like rotting meat. Goblin coat smells like goblins. Yes, fun.
So thick. Oh, thank you, Tikaka. Big head scratch from Pob. Yeah. I'll take it, I'll take it, I'll take it, I'll take it. So burb. Got it?
The bustle here takes some getting used to.
crackling fire and a tresson for company is usually more my speed. Still, we must flow with the current we find ourselves in, however tumultuous it may be. If you've need of me, I'm glad to help.
This is the city proper, is it? I didn't expect it to be so outrageously ordinary.
What do you expect? Vlakiv promised you make a bot Vlakiv. What does that mean?
Vlakith's left hand and her right. Commander of all dragons, chosen of the Queen Regent. Not since Vlakith I has a Bart of Vlakith been anointed. Another empty promise. Only a naive fool would believe otherwise. The kind of fool I was not so long ago.
This Orphic hammer could be a way to release Orpheus from his prison.
This hammer, could it be? Yes, yes! This is how we will free the Prince of the Comet! This is the key Voss so ardently and courageously sought. That smug shkaketh of a devil stores it at his vaunted House of Hope. Our destination is clear, our mission undeniable. We must find a way into the House of Hope and retrieve the hammer. When we next enter the Astral Prism, we will use it to smash Prince Orpheus out of his prison. Mother Gith, hear my promise. Your son will rise again. The Prince of the Comet will crush the Lich Queen Vlakith and usher in the Age of Orpheus.
This is Lae'zel's redemption arc, huh?
Voss has done his duty. Now, we will do ours. We must find our way to the House of Hope and take the Orphic hammer. When we next enter the Astral Prism, we will use the hammer to break Orpheus free.
How do we even find the House of Hope? There's no way to find the House of Hope.
What can I do for you, my friend?
Nothing. I think that's everything. Oh, also, ooh, the statue is here. Let's go. Look at that. You want to see what's funny? This statue is alive. True hero of Baldur's Gate. Let's go. I am. The Bobo is the true hero of Baldur's Gate. They don't even stand a chance.
Hope you're keeping well, friend.
Scratchu. Ah, Scratchu, best boy. Yeah, I think I can just end the day. It's fine. Let me choose the biggest bed. Which bed is the biggest? They're all the same size, it feels like. No, they're all the same size. Ah, boring. Oh, okay. Will? Oh yeah, I forgot. Okay. There it is, this piece. Ugh. Are you trying to kill me now?
Come, sisters, be my testament. Notum sit in Beator.
No tomb sit in Beator.
You've heard of such devils. Sisters of justice. Adjudicators of diabolical contracts and bargains.
Holy
Fuck.
hells.
Interesting. I don't recall standing out invitation to the Sister of Justice.
You do not call upon the sisters. They come when the hells demand witness.
Your parasite links with Will's, and your memories flow into him. He sees his father's flight from Worm's Rock, and hears Mizora's words to you.
Shit. Where did Gortash send my father? How do I save him?
Sisters.
Infernos contractos te vocamos.
Oh, fuck.
Infernos contractos te vocamos. Infernos contractos te vocamos.
Your contract, Will. Signed in blood, forged in fire, bound in bone, but not unbreakable.
Did you know some of the naughtier clubs there? If I were to choose a naughty club, I'm probably not going to choose devils. I'll choose dragons. How do I shave him? Why? What's with shaven? I'll remain silent. I'll let Will do the talking.
Yet no contract is ended without sacrifice, Will. The cost must be paid.
Oh, fuck.
Will Ravengard, a choice is before you. Option 1. I show you the way to your father. I guarantee him no harm except that from you and your allies. And you pledge your soul to me and the Archdevil Zariel in a pact eternal. Option 2. I break your pact, and you are freed from your duty. Your father dies by his enemy's hand, and Baldur's Gate loses its greatest champion. Name your sacrifice.
Bloody Zariel. I won't let her take Will.
Silence, Karlak.
Mizora, you asshole!
Choose.
Fucking hell. What will happen to Will's power if he breaks the pact? Save your father, Will. The city will need him to help rebuild. Do the right thing. Give your soul so that your father can live. Break the pact, Will. Deserve your freedom. Let your father die, and when the city is free, you can take his place. Why am I... It's not Will that's choosing, it's me! The wings are cool, but where are the skills? Yeah. I want Will to break the pact. You know, I was considering what Mizora said. Let me find the dialogue options. Direct history. First dies by his enemy's hand. Baldur's Gate loses its greatest champion. She must be the one that has abducted Duke. She must be the one. What a fucking bitch. I did save, right? I'm not gonna save scum this one. I'll live by my choice. Will a Duke Ravengard is as good as that. You're gonna take his place and you're gonna do a good job about it. I hope. I don't know if you're ready, but I hope. I want Will to break the pact.
You damned wretch. Father.
Gale and Karlak disapproves?
Do it. Break the pact.
Fiat Ita.
Fiat ita. Anima ad beator.
Why did Carla disapprove?
Didn't think you had it in you. Seems my boy's all grown up. And don't go fussing about your father. You made your choice. You knew the terms. You know what? I think I'll stick around. Not for the greater good, you understand. Just for the entertainment.
Why did they disapprove though? That's my question. Oh wow, exceptional. Character is thrilled with and very easily convinced by Avatar. So is Shadowhunt. That rightmost floating ankle looks funny. This game is still very buggy, I would say. Gil.
I knew any artifact that could command an Elder Brain must be close to omnipotent. But for it to be the very crown Carcer's forged, it verges on unbelievable. I assure you, the hammer Raphael offered is mere scrap metal in comparison, whatever use he claims for it. We should pay a visit to Sorcerer's Sundries. Their book collection is the envy of the Sword Coast. I'm certain the truth lurks somewhere on their shelves.
Why would the Baldurian magic shop be the first place we look?
Ha! Sorcerer's Sundries is no mere trading post. It's been serving the arcane community for centuries. Their collection of rare tomes is unparalleled. Leathery sects are hardly commonplace, but I'm certain they'll have one or two stashed away. You'll have to forgive my eagerness, but if my suspicions prove to hold water, this could be the answer to all our problems.
But Will is still a demon. And I guess any idle animation starts to look funny when staring longer than intended. Yes, and also one thing that I noticed after petting Scratch, let me show you.
Hope you're keeping well, friend.
Well, get one free pet as well. Let's go. There's one thing that's been bothering me after this. This part. See the hand? Oh my god, that's so robotic. They forgot to add a little flair to it. You know, the arm, the overshoot, and then also the keyframes. They just keep the keyframes. They didn't do any in-betweens. Why? Why? That is the only one that bothers me so much every time I pet Scratch. Where's the in-betweens? Where's the overshoot? It looks so robotic.
Gods, I spent 7 years choked by Mazora's leash. And I spent 7 years hoping to break free. I never knew freedom could taste so bittersweet.
A fantastic power play. With your father gone, you can rise up to take his place. I thought you never regretted taking the pact. Maybe they'll patch it later. I hope. They always want to see the Kobo booty. Nah, my Kobo booty is not for everyone. Not for everyone. Haha. It's only for me. Haha. I thought you never regretted taking the pact.
I didn't. I don't. My sacrifice kept Baldur's Gate safe from Tiamat's rage. But that doesn't mean that the leash never chafed. That I was content to lap up whatever nonsense Mizora fed me. The leash has been broken and my father left for dead. Tomorrow I celebrate my gain. But today, I mourn my loss.
A moment passes. In the stillness, you find a mote of tranquility.
The Raven Guard name now lives solely with me. I will make it count for something.
Your father's not dead yet, Will. Maybe there's a way to save him. Yeah, maybe. Oh, it's a dragon. Hi, Brecky. Oh, that's a really good tail animation. Oh my god. Also, that's a really good looking dragon. Hope you're doing good, Brecky. Welcome in.
I signed his life away before the Hell's witnesses. It would be easier to drink the sticks down to the last drop than to alter his fate. I'd be a fool to wish otherwise.
What's our next step?
We obtain the final 2 nether stones and take back our minds and the city from the brain. Go on then.
Oh, let's talk about us.
Let's talk. My favorite subject.
May I kiss you, Mama too? No more kiss, no more dance. I want to be allies, nothing more. Oh. So if I do this, can I choose someone else? I'm gonna break Will's heart and Will's pack today. They are very cool, Dirk. With the beans? Oh. Dirk with beans? Oh my god. Sorry, Will. I want Karlach.
I don't know what to say. I saw our future in my dreams. Grand adventures, tender moments, and all the wonders in between them.
Sorry, Will.
I'll let you go if I must, without crying or complaint, but with the gratitude that I could know the happiness of us.
It's over, Will. I'm sorry. I want Karlach. I really want Sorry. But the what booty? There's no dragonborn booty to choose from. Then I'll choose Karlach's booty. Sorry.
So be it. You're the author of your own story. You get to choose which part I play. Just do me a favor. Make it a story worth telling. A life worth living. You deserve nothing less.
You're a strong man, Will. Thank you. Now, can I talk to Karlach?
What's on your mind?
No Karlach? Maybe not in the same night, huh? There's no scaly booty option in the game. Can I do that? I mean, that's kind of a booty, I guess. This is as close as I can get. Golden Dragonborn. I wish I miss being naked. Just so you know, I spent like the first 4 and 5 session, I believe. The first 4 to 5 session as naked Dragonborn. Naked Dragonborn. Who needs shoes? There, El Natural. It's shiny, yeah. Very shiny. But as a romanceable option, is there scaly ones? Not that I know of, sadly. There's no Dragonborn companion. Did you beat the game already? Not yet. I think I'm very close to beating the game, I think. Well, Dragon-y creatures are too fancy to hide under clothes. Uh-oh. Who am I gonna kill tonight? Oh god. Not like this. Help. Oh, okay. Thank goodness. At least you can sleep naked. Yeah. I can fight naked. Oh. Gale?
So, the devil himself is pursuing the crown. As for whether it's truly the crown Carter's forged, well, I think it's safe to assume we shouldn't take anything Raphael utters at face value. We must claim the crown of Carsus for ourselves, before anyone else does.
The devil Mizora has made herself quite at home, hasn't she?
Yeah.
Do make her feel as unwelcome as you can.
I was thinking the same. I was just curious if there is actually a way to cure the parasite thing. Yeah, me too. I've been trying all the options I can to avoid using the tadpole and trying to cure myself with the parasite. None worked.
Copper for your thoughts. Little Will's all grown up. I can't wait to see what trouble he gets into.
Why is Will here? You forced Will to make an impossible choice. Will is not a child, you need to stop treating him with respect. I can't believe Will actually sacrificed his father to save himself. That's it then? Duke Ravengard's dead? You forced Will to make an impossible choice.
Impossible? My bargain was uncommonly reasonable. A single soul for the return of Baldur's Gate's most beloved duke. A real bargain, I should think. I never thought the legendary Blade of Frontiers would surrender his father for freedom. Not very valorous, if you ask me. But what does a mean old devil like me know about heroes?
I don't get it. If Will isn't your warlock, why stick around and give him power? You've left Karlach alone. Didn't you want her dead? What changed? Why can't you tell me about the hells? You never told me how the absolutists capture you. Yeah.
Correct. I didn't. If you must know, I was scouting the cultists on behalf of Zariel. But those cursed shadows were thick enough to fell even a half-fiend. I woke in that damned pod. It kept my body sealed and my most powerful magic silenced.
Shouldn't have saved you there.
Brave, kind, benevolent soul set me free. Gallantry isn't dead after all.
Should just let you there. Should just left you there, you asshead. If you're gonna be staying, I need something in return. Am I dealing with the devil now? Why can't you tell me about hells?
The 9 hells of Beator. Each its own domain, each with its own archdevil to rule it. I call the first hell my home, Avernus, my mistress Zariel's realm, a torrid battleground split by the bloody waters of the Styx. How I adore it. The delicious agony of it all. The other 8, well, they are pleasures unto themselves. Perhaps I'll show you myself, if I deem you worthy.
I don't get it. If Will isn't your warlock, why stick around and give him power?
Just because he's not my pet doesn't mean he's not useful. The absolutists worked a number on me at Moonrise. And you're the best hope I've got at payback. No one crosses the Hell's Children without getting scorched.
So you just want a payback. You left Karlach alone. Did you want her dead? What changed?
Ugh, you are an inquisitive one. I'd have thought you'd figured by now. Zariel found new use for an old battle axe. The dead 3 in that bulging brain of theirs are a threat to more than this trifling city, you know. Savor her company. Who's to say when Zariel might change her mind?
My mistress can be so capricious.
I don't like her. If you're going to be saying I need something in return.
Why? I'm supplying Will with every scrap of his infernal power. I've paid my dues many times over. I tell you what, when the time comes to squish that big baddie of a brain, I'll lend you a hand.
Huh. Sure. That I'll take. That I will take.
Thy will dost thou require very well. Impossible, 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 impossible.
Nice. I think that's everything. Why am I blessed? Wait, am I forever blessed?
Scratch's tail wags enthusiastically.
Scratchu. Oh my god,
Scratch's tongue
Scratchu.
lolls out happily, his tail wagging even faster.
Scratchu. See, this is fine, but when I cast animal speak with animals, and then the animation just like that, it's like alright, all good. The music of the lower cities are really good. Uh-oh. Oh boy. Oh, the game's loading. Oh, it's gonna take a while. I'm sure everything's fine. Ah, there is the walls. The roof, maybe? I can still see outside. Oh, maybe there's no... Oh. Huh?
That might be worth a look.
Ooh. Ooh. Sip break? Maybe snackies? I'll take a sip. I'll take a little sip. Honestly, what happened to my stream just now, or what happened to my account just now, bumped me out a little bit. Although not saying that I'm very sad, no, just a little bumped out because, you know, account getting hacked, even with like good password and also two factors, it doesn't make me feel exactly safe on Twitch. No, you know, knowing how I have good password and also two factors going on, and my account still got hacked. So it's like, it's a little concerning, you know, it's a little concerning. Okay, where do we need to go? Murder target. All Emperors hold hideout. Continue exploring the Elf Song Tavern basement. Okay. Did you run in the some add-on thingy being hacked on Twitch? Yeah. It happened, and it's a little sad, you know. All those mean things being said using my account. Heard there was some Pandoring that got hacked. See, that's the thing. I have none of the extension that I mentioned, but my account still got hacked. Still.
No time for playing with cats, especially lazy lumps that won't catch rats.
Kitty. I have now the extensions going on. Did the kitty run away?
Of course I
Oh, I missed the kitty. That's sad. Hopefully it doesn't happen again. True. Oh. There's two kitty. Tambourine. Oh yeah, I forgot I didn't cast. Give me a second. Zambomba.
Look, Tambourine. A servant comes to help us.
Servant.
Kill those rats, would you? When they're dead, the other servants will feed us.
Would be killed, right?
Hello, servant ape. Would you kill those rats, please? Their presence vexes me.
I like the kitty. Sure, I'll do it. The cutest quest giver, yeah.
Are just down the stairs. There you'll find my old lodgings.
Where's the rat? That's a fancy cast? Yeah, it's a bard cast. Wait a minute. What is this? Plus 16, huh? Okay, so we have plus 16. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 36 rats. Oh, they're only 1 health. Oh, a fireball. Oh, good. I have no fireball though. Do I have AoE? Yeah. Oh. Oh, I'm gonna make a fireworks show. Alright, here we go. Whee! Another one. Whee! Is there a flammable booze? Yeah, there's a fire wine barrel.
Blood comes easy these days.
Oh, can I just like... Look at this, look at this, look at this. Yeet the rat! Yeet the rat! Yeah. Go! Yeet the rat! Yeet! Vicious mockery them to death. You're gonna love the good old rat yeet. What's the plan? Yeet the rat. Where are the other rats? Oh, only a few more, okay. Okay, one here, one there. It's disadvantage. Yoink! Crit miss? Crit miss? Uh-oh. Oh my god, they are just rats. They are just rats. Yeah, if with your 8 strength, you should be able to throw a rat, Rastarion.
Magnificent.
Magnificent. Yeet! Yeet! I mean, we've seen Kobold yeet, now we can yeet rats. Oh. Ah, oh my god, they hurt! Oh wow. I'm getting surrounded, no! Yeet! Yeet.
Sometimes the only way out is through.
And I can improvise web. Yeet.
The wine cellar. There's a hidden door that leads further in.
Yeet.
The mechanism to open it is somewhere among the wine racks.
This one is still alive. Slurp? Why are you slurping? Feed them to the Staria juice packs. Also, rat cannon. I was AFK a bit. Well, I was eating rats everywhere. Yeet.
Careful, I bite.
Can you eat them? Well, you can. Oh, you can eat them.
Feel their anguish.
Why am I poisoned? Nomfies? No.
Have a lot on my mind. And, well, in it.
Rate test tastes bad. Sure figured.
Still in control. Just.
Oh, rain. Yeah, if only I can get my own red army. The red army can go for the absolute. When we confront the elder brain, like, go red army. A kobold commanding a red army. If you liked it, you should have put a ring on it. On what? Be good. These all must be very heavy. Keepsake ring, this one. Dominate beast. Make a beast fight alongside you. Every time the beast takes damage, it makes a wisdom saving throw against your domination. Once per long rest. Nah. Domination.
Wanna dance?
All right, what now?
On the other side, you'll find a passageway, known only to those invited to do business.
What's that?
A Budon. Where's the dominate Bobo ring? Well. Well. I mean, if you want to dominate a bubbled. Can you? Are you capable? Okay, I'll stop. Capable of dominating bubbled. There we go. It's called a collar and is supplied by nice dragons. That sounds about right. I want to look at nice dragons. I do bite. Oh shit, this is a sounding detector. I mean, we didn't do much. You do bite. I don't think biting a Bobo would dominate. Would it? Maybe different Bobo, different kinds of different. Why are we? Why not? Right? Oh, good. Don't worry about it. Right, we're gonna fight.
Get Yankee. Vlaakith has found us. Get rid of them, quickly.
We will be ready. In the meantime, tear every brick out if you have to. If it doesn't come, we must find evidence of its whereabouts.
Fucking shit, they're so strong. Thanks, really. Holding open the astral rift but can summon an ally every other turn. Oh my god, that's kind of scary. Bobo like, no, that would work actually. I mean, collar. And also dragons, nice dragons. Perfect combination, I have to say. Are we trying to surprise them?
Can't afford any mistakes.
What a charmer.
Secrecy above all.
Shit, it's kinda hard. I cannot aim at them. Oh, now I can. They only have 24 health.
What's the story?
The collar is just to let other dragons know that the particular kobold is taken. I mean, kobold with collar sounds kinda cute, I'm not gonna lie. It's like kobold and then with like very big collar. It's like, what is this? I don't know. Oh wait, did I give it to the wrong one?
I'm just waiting.
Don't burn yourself. Don't want to think about why my eye is itching.
Can I not? Cannot use.
I have to survive this.
Oh, there it is. Okay, I can only use malice. Wee. Did they just? They just fucking. This is bad.
For the Queen! Don't mind me.
You can't put poison on your fist. No, I'm not trying to put it on my fist. pink collar with spikes that says princess. Oh my god. Oh, please, not on stream. Not on stream. I need to kill this one first. I'm after veteran, okay.
Hello, you.
That should be a redeem. I could try to model one out for the current kobold model. I mean, a collar shouldn't be too hard, I feel like. Hey, how you doing? Pew pew. Bye bye. This fight, I was quite annoyed at this fight because they kept blinding my Astarion. Oh, it's okay. Astarion is not my main damage anyway. My main damage is Galak. Galak will kill. Okay, 2 there, 2 here. But there's also the Astral Gate person that I kind of want to get rid of. Nah, there's only one person here. Astarion will be fine. Hi, how you doing? There we go.
Let's end this.
How do you even attack me? This is Larian Studios doing its best thing ever again. God. You think you can attack me? I'll stand here. I'm not even gonna engage you. Bye-bye. Astral Gaze. Fuck. Whoa. Someone's dead. Nice. Shit. Actually, I want to do this. Become Slayer, destroy them. They deserve this shit. They're gonna die.
Smell blood.
You don't mess with a Bobold. No. Oh, nice Misty Step, alright. Oh, fuck. Nuh-uh. Nuh-uh. Fuck. You think I cannot fight you? That's where you're wrong. You think I cannot fight you? Ah. Someone's a big dum-dum. Look at that. Someone's in pain now, don't it? Oh, sucks to be you. You're not moving anywhere. Ay, fuck, it hurts me as well. How many turn again? Why do you have to run there to jump? Fine, take the hit. Ow. Hi, how you doing? Ooh.
What's this?
Ow. They don't do a lot of damage. Shit. Don't worry about it. That's how I fight. that's how Shadowheart fight. Oh, Astarion though. It's okay, we can always heal Astarion afterwards. Oh, I don't have extra attack? Ooh, that kinda sucked. The jump. Alright, time to go.
This is gonna feel good.
Gotta save Astarion.
Under their noses.
Fuck. Finally. Hey yo, what the fuck? I'm coming. Brand nearby creatures with sinister marks so that their death makes you harder to kill. Uh-oh. Only Astarion got it. Now you're trying to kill Astarion? Cute try, now you're dead. Because I got this. Ready to eat shit. There's no need. No, my concentration! Get prone, stupid. You're taking so much. Alright, asshat. I'll do it again. 51? Holy shit. See, Astara is fine. Hey, you have those chunky potions on you, right? I mean, not the best one, but there you go. See, everything is fine. Don't worry about it. Is this far enough? So no more range? Nah, just shoot them. Pew! All good.
Ready for another round?
Alright, go, go, go. It's too far. Pew. Nice. Another one. Pew. We take those. 45%, right? Alright, please stop hurting Shadowheart. No! No! Eat shit, stupid! You think you can win me?
Let's turn someone inside out.
Okay. Yump! Wee! Hello, asshead. What do you mean cannot get there? Am I too thick? Okay, there it is. Great fight up and down. Here comes the big boy Yump! Wee! Hi, how you doing? Yeah.
is relentless. You handled it well. Let us hope she exhausts her forces soon.
Flying Strike. When the Githyanki casts Fly. Okay, if a Githyanki is still.
Conceals the way through. I'll reveal it to you.
If I see Ifa Githyanki, I'm just gonna sell it. Time to let a big monster loot. Big monster. Look at that. Oh my god. Man, the TF is great.
That might be worth a look.
Permanent until long rest? I can become this permanently until, and then I can cast once until long rest. And I have 153 health free. Free. But then the thing is that I cannot talk with anyone when I TF. I can interact with buttons, okay. So I just cannot talk then. Yeet.
My own home. Thank you for bringing me back. Look around. You'll find some of my things still intact. Perhaps useful to you.
Shapeshifter Slayer. This weapon deals an additional 1d4 against shapeshifter polymorph creature. Plus 2 bonus saving throws against spells. Shapeshifters like me? I mean, I just TF'd. Unique shell.
A shell, a keepsake from my final voyage, pinched in a moment of sentimentality.
Will TF? Sword boop nose? Like the entirety of Orin's cultist. Oh! Oop with nose to interact with button. Yeah! Oh, that's actually kind of adorable. Actually scratch that. Very adorable. Boop. Sunbeam? Hey, I have that.
My old wardrobe, the home of all my disguises. We are what we appear to be, and so appearances matter.
Oh, heavy armor. Frightened immunity. Elite protection. Charm will frighten a creature to gain 1d4 bonus attack rolls and saving throws. Just gonna take those. But the fuck?
My cutlery set, a gift from my mother. The butter knife is missing, but otherwise it looks to be complete. I don't need it anymore, but the memory stirs something in me still.
Why are there mosquitoes here? What the fuck? Ah, it's flying around my microphone. Fuck this. Eek. Sorry. I'm trying. Fucking mosquito. I don't like it. Let me open up the lights real quick. Yeah, okay. I'm back.
There she is, in all her glory. Jubelin Stelmane, my old partner.
Blood of Lathander is considered OP. Act 1 Zone, which gives you a cleric level 6 offensive spell. And also free blind versus undead and fiends. Well, yeah, it does seem very strong, to be honest. Okay.
Something over there.
The chains I used to bind my meals. Villains and lawbreakers. You see, I tried to exercise morality where I could.
A fiddlehead soup.
A recipe for fiddlehead soup. A favorite meal of mine. When I had need of meals like that. An old container for brains. Empty. Shame. It would have been nice to find one to sustain me now.
Dog collar?
Rascal's collar. My poor four-legged friend. Their lives are so brief, so simple, and yet full.
The Emperor had a doggo? Not the rotten thing. Can I eat it? What happens if I eat something rotten? Yeah, what did I expect? What did I expect? Ooh, milk. Milk? Milk? I cannot drink milk? Can I be a drunk slayer? Sure can. This slayer's drunk. Milk. How many chests? Holy shit. Oh, mega shiny? Oh. Oh. Mega shiny. And they're all mine. Wooden boxes. Martial art unarmed strike. Hmm? Hi. Laser, why are you here? I may have to dismiss boss spawn for this. Alright, I'll dismiss Slayer. I am very encumbered. No, not the shiny.
My own sword. My first purchase as an adventurer. No use to me anymore. It's yours, if you want it.
Still breathing, despite everything.
Squall! It's not safe here.
Why are you here?
It's too late for me, but not for you. Run as fast as your legs can carry you.
What's going on inside? What the fuck were you? Wherever you're running from, it holds no threat for me.
Then your pride will be the death of you, as it will for me. Orin the Red approaches.
Oh
She
shit.
seized me from our camp, bore me here to Baal's enclave. She slit my belly and filled her cup with my blood. A toast, she said, to her false god. She told me when her cup ran dry, she'd come for the rest of me. I'm done for. I will hold her off as long as I'm able. Run while you still can. Don't even think about fighting her. This foe is too powerful.
I don't trust you, Laser would never say shit like this. You would never say shit like this. You're not Lae'zel. Our foe is too strong. You're not Lae'zel. Fuck off. I'm back again. Welcome back, Strider. I will not run, no fear of Orin.
You'd underestimate Orin the Red. The last mistake you'll ever make.
Yeah. Because you are Orin.
Look at it. Father's favorite, all lost and wandering. Have you forgotten the way home? Should I set your lapdog to screaming? That could help you find the way.
So Gortash spoke the truth. You've been following me. Rather melodramatic, aren't you? What have you done to Lae'zel? Kidnapping? Amateur. I could have killed her already. Provoke her? She might kill Lae'zel if I say this though. Yeah, amateur.
Balls, blood-addled beloved, swaddled in sinews, thinks it can judge. Never struggled, no purpose, nannied by that grim-gotten butler. You are the one who isn't capable.
Fight me then.
Gortash betrays us, bloodkin. He sets a leash to our slaughter, uses us to drive the herd towards his tin men's oppression. You must kill the tyrant, smear him across his rock-rotten halls, and pluck the netherstone from his carcass.
Nah, I'll kill you and Gortash.
We duel, sweet slaughterkin. The winner claims the stones. Baal's true chosen. The loser rots on his altar. Agree, and I will bring my assassins to heal. They watch you always, longing to spray the crimson from your veins. Refuse me, and you'll learn what happens to those who defy Baal's doctrine. So will your friend.
I don't even need to become a slayer to fight against you.
This was Orin's intention. A combat against a fellow scion of Baal, witnessed by the Lord of Murder himself. Accept, and you must kill Gortash. Refuse, and your companion's life may be forfeit, as might your own. Orin's assassins will hunt you like prey for slaughter.
Hmm? Oh, hi Lex. Welcome, welcome. Why wait? Let's kill each other right now. A duel it is. I will extinguish Gortash and I will come for you. Wow. Who first? Sounds fun to me. It does sound fun. I do kind of want a long rest, though. Or even a short rest because I need my key points. I need my key points back. A duel it is. I will extinguish Gortash and I will come for you.
The promise of slaughter, of pain and humiliation, and the sound of blood dropping into the gutter. But first, you must make gut spill of the tyrant. Do not underestimate his steel watch. Seek their cradle in the lower city and skewer their skull meat. Make them rust and blood. Then you can gore the lordling again and again and again. But listen close, Bone Killer. Come to my temple before you turn Gortash to carrion. and I will ready your friend's corpse to greet you. Baal is waiting, Slaughterkin. Do not disappoint him.
Greening with Baal? Shadowheart? Shadowheart's inspired? Written in blood. Also, I hope you're doing good, Lex. Backpack? Backpack? Oh, is that the backpack of Lae'zel? It is. I'm sure everything is gonna be fine. Don't worry about it. So inside is the temple with a lot of noxious fumes. See, I was right to call that's not Lae'zel, because Lae'zel will never say shit like that. The foe is too strong. That is so uncharacteristic.
Maybe I need more pockets.
She's too stupid to think any enemy is stronger than her. INT8 checks out. Are you saying my INT8 checks out as well? Because I've been thinking that way, and I'm not wearing things. I'm okay, tired but traveling today. Ooh, happy traveling.
Have to keep going.
I want to go find the brass dragonborn again. Okay, so this is Elf Song Tavern. Basilisk Gate. Let me go Rivington. I want to go find the dragonborn. I'm feeling eepy. I'm suddenly feeling eepy. But it feels like I didn't do I didn't make a lot of progress today if I were to end here. Dragonborn, Dragonborn, Dragonborn.
What are you calling this new business?
Enough to clean.
Won't have a word.
God is busy with their patrol and has no time.
Did I try to talk to you?
Remind them that this is ours. You don't take kindly to parasites.
Got camp bits and bobs from Dadbalon's dancing ants.
Oh, it's a Dragonborn! Hi.
Back again. Want a dagger? Or bow? Need more arrows? Need a spear?
I normally rely on my own hands for combat, but let's see what you have.
One of those stoic types, are you? Well, I'm sure Gildra's got something cooked up that even you can use.
Nice. Oh my god, oh my god. It's a dragon bone. Why do you sell arrow dragon slaying? Are you sus? Are you sussy? I hate myself for saying that. Oh god. I'm the vomit. Oh, that's painful. Befriend! Join! Hypnotic pattern. Wow. Hypnotic pattern. You know what? I take money for this, but you can have this and also for this for free. There you go. Those are for you because you are the best Dragonborn. But the rest, now I'll give you all the shinies for free. There you go. Yeah. I think that's everything. Money. When a gift junkie casts armor really sells for a lot. These things are 4. Well, I got her the gold. All the gold.
Want more? Want less? Wanna sell? Wanna buy? You know where I am. Bye!
The perfect dragonborn. God, she's so adorable.
Can't give up now.
She's the perfect dragonborn. Oh my god, I'm gonna cry. What? Alright, there's also someone that I would like to meet. Der popcorn. The popcorn. There's someone I need to look at.
Prizes found only in the most exotic of plains.
Papa sells good things.
Papa sells good things.
Trito.
Just full blown naked.
Yes, I has lots of stuffs just for you.
God, oh my god, your tail is perfect. Although this time I have to take your shiny though, I'm sorry. You can have all these. Oh. Oh, that's too much. Nah, you can have the armor. It's good. Give me all your gold. Give me all your shiny bubble, or give me all your shiny. Yeah, you can have that. Don't worry about it.
Bye-bye now. Come back to Papa soon.
Come back to Papa soon. Papa is adorable.
And magics for sale. Mostly bloodstain free.
Mostly bloodstain free. I still cannot find dribbles, to be honest. So I don't know if this quest is like stuck.
Hello again, my vicious little warrior. Any luck finding dribbles?
I have like the torso and hand only, I think. Kobold. Must pet Kobold. If only I get the choice to like actually pet Popper, that'd be great. Oh yeah, let me talk to you. I saw the statue, it was great.
The adventurer returns. Care to purchase a bespoke, stony and bony creation?
Sure.
Oh, you shall be thrilled and delighted. I know it.
Oh yeah, I sold this ring to you. I kind of want to steal your gold. You have 6,000 gold. That is mine. Can I?
Nothing.
Can I say Gibby?
Oh, darling, don't forget that Dragonborn's order. It's due shortly.
Ooh, that's very hard though. But 6,000 gold though.
Good. You shall make him magnificent, my darling. I know it.
I'm gonna do a little gold getting. You know, I'm gonna get some gold. I will get some gold.
All right. I shall stop fussing.
Junks and magics for sale.
This way.
Keep a blade close.
That drow's nose was as crooked as you carved, my darling. He was simply in denial.
Come on, look away. Look away. Look away. Oh god. Oh, everyone's here when I'm trying to steal. God damn it. Oh my god. Can you look away?
Oh, darling, don't forget that Dragonborn's order. It's due shortly.
I'm crying. What is this?
I'm ready. Whatever it takes. Have to keep pushing.
Well, hello.
Good. You shall make him magnificent, my darling. I know it.
Oh. Do it. Oh, I better not waste my time. What do you mean? Cannot pickpocket?
Is that blood?
Bug.
All right. I shall stop fussing.
I didn't think the game would be like, oh, you cannot pickpocket. Okay, what do we do now? I'm feeling a little dinner. I'm feeling a little bit dinner. I know it's a little shorter stream than usual, I guess. Maybe it's not short, it's like 5 hours. I kinda want to get dinner. Yeah, I'm gonna go get dinner. I'm a Bobo is hungry. Bobo wants food. Bobo wants consumage. Okay, let me quit this game real quick. Tomorrow maybe maybe tomorrow we will confront Gortash? Most likely, I think. I'm gonna confront Gortash. And at the same time, let me try to fix the Twitch thing, right? Since my account got hacked really badly. And I already have the weirdest password of all entirety. I'll take it. Oh yeah, there's Pokemon music. Give me a second. Do I have the... Oh, there it is, okay. I'm just loving Pokemon music lately. It makes me kind of want to buy Pokemon Sword and Shield and just buy it and just play. Kinda. No, very close, very close. I wonder how much it costs to buy to buy Pokemon Sword and Shield, no? Okay, let me look for a raid target. Oh. Oh, can I raid niche again? Can I raid niche again? The fluffy dragon? I kinda want to raid niche again. I do love myself a heckin' fluff dragon. Yeah, all the dragons must have dragons. Yeah, I'm gonna raid niche again. Hope you guys don't mind. Definitely not biased towards dragons. Nymph dragon, you tell that to him. You could. I don't know if you could nom a dragon. Oh wait, that's a huge belly. I doubt you could nom him. I don't know. You could try, I guess. You could try. Yeah, we can always try. Not with that attitude, okay. Point taken. Point taken. And cobalt earrings just numbing the ears. Oh god, that's so adorable though. Ooh, what? Yeah. Like a dragon's accessory, just cobalt numbing on their ears. Oh my god, that's adorable. I'm gonna melt. Tickly. Just dangling there. I'm so glad I have sort of a good imagination, I would say. I can sort of picture. Like what's been said, you know. I can kind of picture it. It's so adorable. I'm gonna cry. Oh god. Hold up, wait, time. Oh shit, wait, it's already September 9th? I haven't checked in my plane ticket yet. Oh, this is kind of bad. Oh no. I haven't checked in my plane ticket yet. This is bad. It's on. I'll settle all these tonight. Oh yeah, in case you guys don't know, I'll be flying for a forced trip to Kuching on September 14th until 22nd. So it's quite a bit of a time. I will not be streaming of around that time, definitely, because I'm outside. But I'll try to be more active on Discord as well. Even though I don't really talk in Discord, I'll just probably spam a lot of dragon pictures there because I love them. Have a fun trip, thank you. Albeit a forced one, but I'll take any trip I can get. It's a trip to visit my grandparents. Yeah, grandparents. No, Shredder, it's okay. Well, I mean, I know I don't talk much on Discord, but if you hit me up, I'm sure I'll talk a little. Albeit I cannot lie, it gives me great anxiety to just like type in the message box, and then even worse of anxiety trying to send message online. I'm okay with talking like this. I cannot handle sending messages online. It's weird. I don't get it. Look, there's so many times I want to interact with someone. Yeah, so many times I want to interact with someone, but then it's like I'm so terrified. Especially this one instance. Like I've been lurking on Kalfira's channel, and I heard that she's not doing too good. And I was like, maybe I should, you know, check up on her a little bit. I kind of want to check out on her, but at the same time, I don't want to sound condescending or some shit. It's like sending stuff like that to her. I'm scared. We're a safe company to practice with, thank you. Yeah, maybe during this trip, I'll try to like be more active on Discord. You know, whatever happens there, or like try to take pictures, strike up conversations in Discord, I guess. Yeah, I'll try my best. But that's when I go to Kuching. It will still be a while before. You know, I'm gonna run. Well, not run. I'm gonna go on the trip on 14. Now it's like 9. It's still a few days, right? Still a few days. Let me see. 14 is. Oh, 14 is on Thursday. Interesting. So this will be the last week of streaming. Ooh. Shit. Nah, I'm gonna stream on Wednesday night again. Yeah, I'm gonna stream on Wednesday night, and then I can go to a trip, you know. Yeah. It's decided Wednesday night, maybe a very short stream, just, you know, talk or game a little bit. Okay, then I don't think there's anything else that I... Yeah, pretty much discussed everything, I think. Okay, let me just... I'm just gonna summon Bernie real quick. Hey, Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
I kinda love when Bernie blows my eardrums off. Fucking Bernie just blow my eardrums, why is it so loud? Alright, and then of course, my Discord and my socials. I mean, most of you knows about my Discord, but over there there's like a dragon sipping corner where I pretty much just spam Twitter posts of dragons. Well, not only dragons, but also, I would say reptilian in general. But that's a too long of a name. Dragon Simping Corner it is. And of course my YouTube channel where I just like upload my VODs there. So yeah. Let me type in the raid to Niche real quick. I hope I'm pronouncing his name right, because I have no idea. Niege. Oh my god. Walao 婷姐這樣大聲哦，嚇死人咩？嗨，婷姐。Why is everything so loud? I come to say yep, you did. Yep. Oh god. Is that yep? Oh god.
Yep.
Yep, there it is.
Yep, yep.
Yep. Oh my god. Yeah, before I continue my yip streak.
Yep.
Before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. Right. Know that you guys are loved, valid, and matter. Very valuable. Okay? Love y'all. Yeah, I want to say call. Yeah, there's a secret call in there, and a few high-pitched monster cry. But yeah, here comes the raid to Niche. Boom. Of course, we have the raid message. We have this, and also nuns, and this. Hey. I mean, I remember last time Niche didn't want to share the Chinese, but we can keep trying. Why is the music just off like that? Oh, okay, fine, I guess. Baldur reading all your Chinese. Bye, Brecky. Much love. Thank you all so much. Love y'all. I'll wait for the timer to go down. Dwagons are raiding all your shinies. Even Dwagons? Oh god. Yeah, I mean, who could resist, right? Who could resist a good old shiny? Not me. Definitely not me. I can resist a good shiny. Or any shiny at all. But yeah, tomorrow I'll play my Baldur's Gate. Definitely gonna confront Gortash, I think. Most likely. We'll see, right? We'll see. Only time will tell, right? Maybe even Gortash and Orin. You never know, right? You never know. But see you guys tomorrow. Be safe, everyone. Love y'all. Bye bye. Smooches. Mwah. Bye bye.